Well, that was fun. My sim crashed. That was nice. As soon as I loaded up Active Sky, the sim crashed. So that's fun. Nice. All right, well, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Give me a sec.
Oh, hey, good evening, friends. Welcome. Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway. We're actually going to be Slant Alpha tonight. How about that? Welcome, friends. We are live from Studio 5, just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. At least that's where we are in reality. And in the sim here, we are in Manassas, Virginia. And I will show you the official name of this airport, which kind of makes me laugh. It's just another one of those in the same vein of Oakland Airport rebranding itself as the San Francisco Bay Area Airport. Manassas, Virginia, which is a good hour drive to the U.S. Capitol, is now branded as the Washington Manassas Harry P. Davis Field. So, yeah, there we are, Washington, Manassas, a.k.a. Manassas, Virginia, kind of south and west of Dulles. And that's where we're starting tonight. We've got our friends at the Washington ARTCC, which normally I would be controlling for, but I just don't control any of the sectors that surround this side of the airspace, so I decided, I'll just fly instead. Oh, there it is right there, by the way. It just kind of flashed up, but we'll go under Events Calendar. We're on VATUSA.net. We'll go under Events Calendar, and then here's the 22nd, Manassas Madness. Just a little general aviation-oriented event hosted by our friends at the Washington ARTCC. The other reason, aside from not really controlling this side of the airspace, that I decided to fly instead of control, is that we're combining this with a virtual USA Flying Club event called Make, Sweat, Stew. And yes, I am reading that with the words in the correct order. It sounds very non-appetizing, making sweat stew. But it is Make, Sweat, Stew, and we're going to make stew sweat. Normally in the virtual USA Flying Club, we run these occasional events where we make Mike sweat. Mike being the founder of the virtual USA Flying Club, Mike, a.k.a. Jet Pilot Cinnamon. But tonight we're making Sweat Stew. Mike would normally control a Class Delta airspace somewhere in the New York ARTCC area where he controls on VATSIM. Stu was like, well, I'm a C1 rated controller. I control all of Indy Center. And, yeah, I'm just come on out to wherever within Indy Center you want to come out to. So he's going to have us make him sweat in the entire ZID ARTCC airspace. So that's what we're going to do. He's starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, so we've got just under an hour to get out there. So we're going to start in Manassas, Virginia, and we're going to head out to his airspace. Now, the closest airport, not the closest, but one of the close airports that we can go to, if we go KHEF-KUNI, is Athens, Ohio, where Ohio University is. And I figured we could do this VFR if we want to. Conditions seem to be conducive to it at the moment, but I figured what would be fun for Stu would be IFR into a non-towered field, because then he's got to look up, he's got to figure out what route we filed, how we're ending that route, how we're getting to the airfield from there, and then he's got to pull up the approach and figure out how he's vectoring us onto or clearing us onto the approach for this airport. So I figured that'd be fun. And then I also figured, well, obviously we're not going to have from HEF to UNI, we're probably not going to have anything in SimBriefed for this. We're not going to have anything in Flight Aware for this. How would we come up with a route? I figured I would go through the process of putting a route together for, right on stream here, since we've got a few moments. I don't, by the time it's an hour and a half flight to get out there. The Manassas Madness event has started. Actually, if we look on VATSIM radar, well, there's Manassas nice and close up, as you can see. Somebody's up on center now. Yeah, he's up on center early. Okay, that's fine. So whenever we get out there is fine, but our staffing is ready whenever we are. But I figure real quick I'll go through what would be the process of me putting together an IFR route between these two small airports that there probably isn't a predefined route for. So for starters, we got the airport diagram up already. We're parked over here by the terminal building. We're going to depart either 16 left or 34 right, probably. Doesn't really matter which, but let's start by looking at the departure procedures from our origin. And you'll notice RNAV, 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 RNAV. Well, we are going to be truly Slant Alpha tonight. We only have the VOR receiver, we've got DME, and we've got the ADF radio. Those are the three things we're going to put in our flight plan, and I'll show you when we get to our flight plan what we put in to indicate those things. So this is the Arsenal 5 is the only procedure that we can file out of this airport when we are equipped as we are. So let's rotate this 90 degrees right, and let's look at the text description. So whether we take off 16 or 34, we've got routing to the Casanova VOR, and then from there we can split off into one or more transitions. If we're headed westbound, we're headed straight westbound, either a 267 to this point Gadsby or a 236 to this point Shirley. And Shirley, you can't be serious.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. Don't call me Shirley.
And each of these are 10 miles west, or 10 miles east of Casanova, east or northeast of Casanova, and we have to be at exactly 2,000 at that point. And then by the time we get to Casanova, we have to be at exactly 3,000, and the top altitude is 3,000. From Casanova, we could go north and west to Linden or south and west to Montebello. Let's just see if either of those locations help us out. I mean, here's Casanova. I've plotted a magenta line direct path, so we know we kind of want to go straight out to the west from Casanova. And then Linden's up here. What did I say? Linden, yeah, Linden's up here. Montebello's down there. So Linden's up here. This Victor 144 kind of gets us maybe a little bit out of the way, it looks like, possibly. Well, we could do that, because that's where our goal, I think, is to get to the VOR that's closest to the airport. And it does look like we could go Linden and then Victor 144 to Kessel, and then Victor 166 west to Parkersburg. So that's an option. I had looked at before, I had looked at going to Casanova and then westbound on Victor 286 to Elkins, and then Victor 38 to Parkersburg. But the one to Linden looks like it could work just as well. What's the altitude if we do that? If we do, well, first of all, if we do it this way, the altitude would be looks like we'd have to do 8,000 westbound on that segment there. Yes, minimum 6,900 there, so 8,000 westbound there. And then on this segment, north and west, it's 4,000. So yeah, we would file 8,000 if we were doing that. Let's see what it is if we go Linden 55, so we can file 6,000 here. And then once we get up here at 63, so we would probably end up filing 8,000 anyway. So yeah, let's do that. And then of course, if we take the other transition down to Montebello, well, heck, that's way down here. That's yeah, that's gobs and gobs of miles out of the way. So let's not do that. So it's Arsenal 5, ARSNL 5, Casanova. We've got some friends to say hi to in the chat. I know I want to kind of get through this real quick. ARSNL 5 to C, and then let's go ahead and do the Linden. What was it, LDN? Okay. So that gets us out to this point, Linden, and then what did we say it was from Linden? Victor 144 to Kessel, so V144 ESL, and then Victor 166 to Parkersburg, so Victor 166 to JPU. Now, from JPU, we've got 42 miles to our destination. Let's look at the we've got an ILS or localizer approach to runway 25. Let's open that. Remember, those RNAV approaches aren't going to help us today. We're slant alpha truly, meaning that we only have the ILS capability, not an RNAV capability. So it looks like we've got an initial fix of Farland, F-A-R-L-N, to get onto this approach. But when we come back to Sky Vector, here we see Farland. I mean, we could put in F-A-R-L-N. So after Parkersburg, we want Farland, and then that kind of almost indicates that we want the ILS runway 25 approach into the airport. However, what's the problem with getting from here to Farland? Well, Farland is a GPS point. We don't have equipment to locate this point. We can approximate this point. We can fly just a 263. It's not on an airway per se, but we could fly a 263 radio for 22 miles. That would put us in the vicinity of Farland. But are we actually going to Farland when we're not equipped with a device that detects where Farland is? Not really. What would we put in then to get us there? We could put in that we're going to go JPU 263 for 22 miles, 263022. You can see that's almost Farland. So we could do that. We could go to this point Naval, N-A-B-L-E, after Parkersburg. We have a chart reference to get us to Naval, so we would know that that's 21 miles on a 241 radio, but then we're in the same situation where we got to get vectored onto the approach from there. So this is an option, JPU 263022, and Stu would, I'm sure, figure out that that's going to put us right on the initial fix for the approach. We also could, we do have a ADF radio in this aircraft. We could file UGS, the University NDB on frequency 250. And as we saw on the approach, well, that's also an initial approach fix for this approach. So I think we'll go with that. That at least we have equipment that we can locate. And then if he wants to just vector us onto final, he can do that. Or if he wants to clear us to the initial approach fix here, that we can do. You know, so we've got a couple of different options. I mean, technically speaking, he would have to clear us on a straight in for that, because otherwise we have to do the procedure turn, because it's not marked as no procedure turn coming from this fix. It is marked as no procedure turn coming from Farland, but we're not coming from Farland, as we discussed. So we've got a couple different options. We'll let Stu sort it out in terms of how he wants to clear us onto this approach, but I do think this is what we're filing: the Arsenal 5 to Linden, then Victor 144 to Kessel, Victor 166 to Parkersburg, and then the University NDB. I have not filed this on VATSIM yet because I didn't have the route. But let's go ahead and do that based on what I just kind of sorted out here. So that makes us 514 Delta Victor, Delta Victor, Delta Victor. We're IFR, we're in a Piper Comanche PA-24, we're light category. Equipment, we've got the standard equipment, which is just like your standard VOR receiver, your standard comm radio. We've also got D for DME, we've got F for ADF, automatic direction finder radio. That's what we're going to tune that University MDB with. And that's it, that's all we got. Transponder is L. We're departing from KHEF. We're going to be off block, hopefully, in 15 minutes. Yeah, we can probably do that. 8,000, I think, is what we said, regardless of which route we took. We're going to be 150 knots. True airspeed, we're going to KUNI. Our alternate, we're going to call Parkersburg, since it's right there. En route time is going to be 1 hour 47 minutes. Wow, this is going to be a long first leg, and we're going to be hand flying, so lots of fun there. And then 4 hours and 30 minutes in the tank. And then let's put the AR SNL5 to Linden, and then Victor 144 to Kessel, and then Victor 166 to Parkersburg, and then the University VOR. There's no performance-based navigation to put in since we don't have any RNAV capability, nothing that we have to fill in there. We're an alpha, and then just to drive the point home. Let's make sure I spelled adventures correctly. Okay, good. Okay, so there we go. We can file that, close that. Let's take a moment to do two things. Number one, let's take a peek at our slant artwork adventure so you guys can see what image we're starting with. We are just generically, I figured we'll start simple. We'll start with an image of me standing outside of Ohio University, not the Ohio State University, just some old Ohio University in Athens, Ohio, which is where we are headed for leg number one here. If you want to cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, that puts you in the running to then add to or modify that image. Let me know what you would like to add to. Not a paragraph, but a few words or a simple sentence as to what you would like to, how you would like to add to or modify our slant artwork adventure. That's where we're starting. Just me standing outside of Ohio University's entrance, and that's. Yeah, again, 500 of the Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel, aka the Alphabets points. You get the button next to that that tells you how many you've got, and clicking on it gives you the option to cash those in 500 at a time. Let's say some highs in the chat. We got CB Flyer, Crazy Raccoon is here. We've got H Pilots. How staffed will DCA be? Probably enough to fly in and out of there. If you would like to, don't know exactly. And then Mad Noob stopping in says the AirVenture Airshow just got done, and now we got to listen to the chaos that are the departures and the Fisk arrivals. Yeah, indeed, fun times. Get some good pictures for us. Can I see it again? Yeah, it's just me standing outside of Ohio University in roughly the same color polo that I'm wearing right now. All right, now I see that you put yourself in for a modification. But I'm going to go ahead and get the airplane pre-flighted and ready to go while you're letting me know how you'd like to add to or modify the image. Now, we are reminded that after I landed last time, remember we had that really bad crab angle on our final arrival the last time we flew this, and I was like, man, I felt like I got the crab angle thing sorted out. Well, it turned out we had a stuck flap on that last landing. Well, that is still the state that we find the aircraft in. We see this flap is up, and this flap is not, so we'll have to do a quick repair to this aircraft before we get it up and running. But let's go ahead and open it. And we'll hop in. And let's go to the A2A Comanche. And let's go to maintenance. And if we go to airframe, we can go to inspect, and we can see, we've got left landing flap. There's an issue somewhere in the linkage somewhere of wearing and scraping when moving. Should be fixed now, as a flat failure in flight is dangerous. So we're going to end up repairing both the left and right flap. The flap is jammed and not airworthy. We'll fix both of those things. Okay. Let us also, while we're here, we are going to, what do I need in terms of fuel for tonight? 63 gallons. So we're going to fill 30 and 30. And, well, we'll put 2 in each tip. That's 64 gallons. Alright. That's all we need there. Sorry. While we're inside the plane, let me sync the controls, make sure that they're all where they should be. We can get rid of the control lock, and we can actually just get rid of the yoke there. Let's go ahead and turn on the battery and all the lights, and then we'll start our walk around. Okay, so here we go. So now if we grab that flap, yeah, and we can, and this is, so I'm going to start doing this again. Grab it in each position and make sure that it doesn't, it should wiggle just very so slightly, and then make sure it doesn't rubber catch in between any of the positions. The aileron should move freely and not rubber catch anywhere. Mad Noob, you'll save it for later? Okay, no worries. If you if you don't use it by later on in the stream, I'll just cancel it. We got 2 gallons in the 15-gallon tip tank, so we're going to have to really stick our head in and make sure that we can see that it's, you know, a couple gallons full. We can maybe crouch down. Let's just do a real quick sump check from that fuel. Make sure that there's no water in the tank there, no contamination. Yeah, it looks good. So we'll put that fuel back in there, and we'll close that up. The nav light is on. Landing light is on. Let's go ahead and get the tie down and the wheel chocks from that side. Down under the main, under the wing here, we can do the sump check. Oh, as a matter of fact, I can't do that. I've got to open the fuel valves. And we'll run back into the plane. We'll open up the fuel valves. We'll come back out. Now we gotta run back around. I don't know if that little jar is still there or not. Oh, it is. Okay, but we'll do a sump check for the main tanks. Again, we want to make sure that we've got no water settled into the bottom, and it's the correct color and consistency for the type of fuel that we've ordered. So now we can put that away. Alright, nothing to check there. You got 10,400. I'll tell you what, we'll just cancel it out. So if you decide later on you want to participate, you can go ahead and put the request in. It's pretty simple. I just have to. It comes up on a list here on this screen, and when I redeem, I don't even actually redeem the points until I've completed the request, just in case ChatGPT does something weird and says, "Oh, we can't do that." So I don't actually mark it as redeemed until after. But it's pretty simple to cancel out. No big deal. Anyway, no obstructions in the air intake. No left items, rags, or anything like that. No damage to the prop. I did not. I had the maintenance tablet open. I did not check to see what the oil quantity was. We might need to top it off by. No, it's reading right there right there at 9, and it's 10 quarts ideally. But it reads 9 when it's cold, but that's fine. It's a nice light tan color. Doesn't show like it's got too much engine particulate in the oil, so we're good to go with that so far. The right-hand wing tank, I didn't pop my head in. This should look pretty full. We poke our head in. Of course, I can't see it from this angle, but we lean over and poke our head in, make sure that it looked 30 out of 30 gallons. Make sure that it's the correct color and consistency for the type that we ordered, and it's nice and full. So we'll consider that done, and I'll do the right side wing tank when we get back over there at the end. And then let's get the wheel chock tie down and pitot cover. And then we got a light to check there. That one is indeed on. And the red nav light is indeed on as well. And then let's do a quick check inside the tip tank to make sure, yeah, again, it's only 2 out of 15 gallons, so we'd really have to lean in there hard to kind of see whether it had those 2 gallons in it. And then let's do a quick sump check to make sure that there's no contamination or water in that fuel, and it looks good. Alright, we've got the left-hand aileron to make sure that it doesn't rubber catch anywhere. And then we've got the left-hand flap to grab, and then again we'll grab it in each of the 3 positions, make sure that it doesn't jiggle too much. It has a little bit of play, but not too much, and then it doesn't rubber catch in between positions. So that's all good. We got a left side static port that's back here. We'll make sure that there's no obstructions there. We'll run around the back. Make sure we see the rotating beacon. Let's crouch down. That strobe light's on as well. Good. Let's grab the horizontal surface, make sure that it moves freely. Pull up the tie down. The vertical surface should move, but not as freely because it's tied to nose wheel steering as well. Whoops. And then we got one more static port to check. Yeah, right here. Make sure that that's unobstructed. And then we'll go ahead and load up our fuel. Our baggage rather. Grab my duffel bag and our toolkit and a small suitcase. Rest of that stuff I don't know who that belongs to. Get it out of here. Okay, thanks. And then last but not least, like I said, we'll check that right side wing tank just to make sure that it is indeed full to the brim, 30 out of 30 gallons, and poke our head in, make sure it's the correct color and consistency, and it's right up to the top of the level there. Okay, I think... so I'll need to get the feel for the vibe of the stream first, because I'm hyped up on AirVenture stuff right now. Yeah, you and Upshot 2020 are both up there. So, yeah, like I said, make sure you get lots of pictures for me. I will hop in, and we will get the door closed, and we'll get it latched, and we'll open the window on both sides so that our clear call can be heard. We can shut the strobe light and the landing lights off now. We'll keep the beacon and nav lights on. We'll go ahead and open up the throttle and mix, and oh, and yeah, no circuit breakers appear to be popped. Throttle and mix, and then we'll start the fuel pump. We'll wait until we've got fuel pressure. Whoops, I said wait until we got fuel pressure. I was trying just to unlock the primer, which already was, apparently. Okay, and now we got fuel pressure reading 5. Now we can pull maybe 4 times. And then we'll relock that. We'll leave the mix in full. Throttle can come down and just about 10% open. We'll do the magnetos. Right to left and to both. We'll yell clear, 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 clear. We'll engage the starter. Slowly push the throttle forward until it catches. Okay, disengage the starter. Throttle to 1,000. Oil pressure. Lower left. Oh. Parking brake. That's a good thing to have on. And why the plane boots up without it nowadays. Okay, oil pressure came up right away, which is good. I'm going to turn the fuel pump off. The electric fuel pump is basically a backup. The engine's built-in fuel pump should be supplying fuel pressure now, and it is. And so that's all good. We can go ahead and close the windows up. Let's see. Let's get the avionics on, and then the individual radios can come on. Com1, Nav1, Com2, Nav2. Altimeter, I'm sorry, the transponder can go into altitude reporting mode, and the ADF radio, which we may actually need for our approach, that'll flash at me because I don't ever reset the values in it, so get used to it. Stop crying to me about it. I ignore it. You should ignore it too. If you can't, that's your problem, not mine. 165 is the heading. We'll go ahead and set the directional gyro to that. Oh, it looks like it actually booted up close to that this time. That's a rarity. And the altimeter. Let's come over here and just get a. Do we have an ATIS? Yeah, I got a ATIS at Manassas information H. 5 statute miles in haze. Temperature's 30. Altimeter's 2986. 2986. Oh, well, they're landing. Landing and departing the 3-4s. That's so 2986. And the field elevation is charted as what? 192, so let's see if we're reading right around 200. Yeah, exactly. Very close to that. So that's good. Go ahead and set flaps for departure. We'll set trim. Set trim neutral. Oh, somebody departing over there. To our right. Alright, flaps and trim set. Let's go ahead. Oh, and then we can lean the mix out. So let's get the RPM set right to 1,000, and then we'll lean the mix out right to the point where the RPM starts to drop, which we should have done right away. That way we're not building up carbon deposits on our plug tips. CB says, back while I was making a run for the Mexican for the kiddos. Not sure if you saw my comment about going into uncontrolled fields before you said that was what you're doing. Oh no, I missed that. But yeah, figured that'd be a good one. Good thing to do. Give Stu some practice on that. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab our clearance. We got information hotel. We have tower on 133.1. And I'm going to guess we're on 126.1 for departure. We'll see what they say in terms of the departure frequency. 33.1 is our... Oh, we don't need a monitor guard here. 33.1 is the tower frequency. Swap that over. Oh, you know what's interesting, guys? This route actually goes into Cleveland Center's airspace and then into Stu's airspace. I wonder if we ought to... go back to that original routing of Victor 286. Victor 286 Elkins and then Victor 38 to, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Now, I don't know if they've already... they've already manipulated the flight plan. Then we'll have to get the controller to make that amended routing for us. Manassas Tower, Comanche 514 Delta Victor with a request.
Comanche 514 Delta Victor, Manassas Tower, good.
Yeah, we've got an IFR flight plan on file, but I realized that the routing takes us into Cleveland Center's airspace before Indianapolis's. Would I be able to give you a requested amended routing?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so we're still going to do the Arnold 5 to Casanova VOR instead of Linden. Then from Casanova, Victor 286 westbound, Victor 286 to Elkins, which is Echo Kilo November, and then Victor 38 westbound to Parkersburg, a Juliet Papa uniform, and then the University NDB uniform Golf Sierra.
Alright, Roger, I've got you. Just let me know when you're ready for your clearance, and I'll go ahead and give it to you.
Yeah, let me write down what I just told you, and then I'll be ready. I'll let you know.
Roger.
Alright. So let's go Casanova. Victor 286 Elkins. And then Victor 38 APU, and then UGS. That's how we're ready for that clearance. 514 Delta Victor.
Accuracy 514 Delta Victor, clear to the Kilo Uniform November India Airport with Arsenal 5 departure. Casanova transition for Victor 286 to Echo Kilo November, Victor 38 to Juliet Papa Uniform, direct Uniform Golf Sierra. Climb via the SID, expect 8,000, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 128.52, squawk 133.
Roger, cleared to University Airport. Arsenal 5, Casanova, Victor 286, Elkins, Victor 38, Parkersburg, then University NDB, direct. We'll climb via SID, expecting 8,010, departure 128.52, squawk 1363, 514 Delta Victor.
Put up the Victor, read back correct. Information hotel is current. You can call me for taxi.
Yep, we got hotel on board. Calling if you 514 Delta Victor. Thanks. Okay, there we are. And as the ATIS suggested, 34 right, 34 left, and we're on the 34 right side, but it really doesn't matter. It doesn't change the departure whether we depart 34 right or 34 left. It's still 341, and then a turn down to 236 to join this 056 into Casanova. So the next thing to do is to set all that up. We're going to turn to a 2. We're going to start on a 341. And then we're going to turn to a 236 inbound. I guess I did that the long way around, didn't I? I almost always do that. 236 inbound to the Casanova VOR on 116.3. And then after Casanova, we'll be outbound on a 286 radial, so we'll have to spin that at HSI at that point. The next VOR up the line is Elkins 114.2, so I'm going to get the 114.2 preset over here. I'm also going to set it down here, 114.2. And just to kind of be ahead of the game here, we'll set the 105 inbound to 14.2. 105 inbound would be a, or 105 outbound would be a 285 inbound, right? Add 180. The other trick you can do is just set the 105 to this bottom marker. And then, oh look, yeah, it's 285, just like I said. Let's go ahead and set the DME, yeah, 17.3 miles from Casanova. Let's remember that when we depart, climb via SID means climb via the restrictions, but not only the lateral routing, but the vertical routing. So as we depart, we'll have to make sure we don't go any higher than 2,000. And then when we join this 236 inbound, once we pass the 10-mile point, you know, we're at 17.3 now. See? It's not until we pass the 10-mile point that we'll be able to climb from 2,000 to 3,000. And then after Casanova, we proceed westbound. We'll have to stay at 3,000 at Casanova, and then we'd have to make sure we get the clearance from the controller to climb higher than 3,000. H-Pilot, who has the most flight hours that you've seen? Some of the earliest VATSIM pilots are over in 5 figures, well into 5 figures. Alright, so I think we've got the aircraft set up in terms of the routing as well as we're going to be. Trim and flaps set already, and comm radio 2852, we can get that set over here. 2852. Alright, we're ready to go. I expect if we get 3-4 right, we're east apron, transient parking. I expect we're going to get something like Zulu, Yankee, Foxtrot, Bravo. And these all might be taxi lanes rather than actual taxiways. So he might just say, you know, Echo Bravo, or he might just say, you know, Bravo.
Pliers and
up to us to get to Bravo. So Bravo 6 to runway 34 right is my expectation. Matter of fact, since this is a sub-taxiway of Bravo, he wouldn't even have to say that. He could just go 3-4 right via Bravo, and the rest is on us, possibly. So we'll see how he handles that. Melvin Leroy is here. Did we check the Fetzer valve? Yeah, the Fetzer valve was checked and repaired at Melvin. We had a few repairs to do to this aircraft prior to taking it up today. So yeah, hopefully, knock on wood, all of the Fetzers and ball bearings and everything else are good to go. Good to see you, by the way. All right, let's make sure that it is still Information Hotel. Yep, it is. And Tower 514 Delta Victor's East Apron transient parking with hotel. We're ready to taxi.
514 Delta Victor, runway 34 right, taxi via Bravo.
34 right, via Bravo, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, as I suspected, he does not particularly care, nor maybe does he even control how we get to Bravo. Yeah, so I assume it's that pavement out there. Alright, and see the arrow is indicating point straight up, and we set the runway heading on that. Well, that means that I'm taxiing in the direction that I'm going to be taking off. That means when we get out to Bravo, we need to make sure we make a left-hand turn and go southbound on Bravo. The nice thing about setting that runway heading in your HSI in some fashion is that it gives you that extra sanity check. Taking off in this direction, that means I need to taxi in this direction.
West taxi for pattern.
Okay, nobody coming either side.
November 7170, November Manassas Tower. Thanks for hotel. What's your aircraft type and equipment suffix?
We're S 22 Tango slant call.
Alright, so now we're
November Squawk 1234.
Squawking 1234, sure, 17 November.
so now we're heading southbound.
November, thanks for your back correct.
Oh,
Runway
speaking of squawk.
Right taxi via Bravo, whatever.
Speaking of squawk, I'd never set mine, so let's make sure.
34 right via Bravo, sir, 17 November, thank you.
Make sure I get that done. What was the code we were given? Hang on. 1363. There we are. Got some bumps in the taxiway they need to fix here at Manassas. Alright, we will do a brief run-up when we get down to the end here. Matter of fact, do we have a little pull-off pad for that? Is that what it looks like? Oh no, that's where the ramp lane comes in. Okay. Yeah, so we still got the mixed leaned. We'll do a real quick run up to 2,000. Check the prop lever.
Tower, good evening. November 59135.
Okay, yeah, there is.
On the RNAV for.
Is a little bit of a pull-off pad here, so we'll go ahead and use it.
November 5913 pop on Manassas Tower, low 1360 at 9 runway 34 right clear line.
That's 34 right clear line for up.
Alright, so we'll leave the mixed lean for just a moment. RPMs to 2,000. Prop lever gets flexed down once. Twice. And 3 times. Okay, now we'll enrich the mix. Set 2,000. We'll do a mag check. Just the left side. Being lost only about 100 RPMs. We're good. Back to both. It recovers. Other side. Lost only about 100. Back to both. It recovers. We are golden. Alright, and remember, let's review the departure procedure. Runway heading to 800 feet, and then we'll start a left turn to join that 236.
And Manassas Tower, sir, 770 for one and hold short 348, ready to go.
70 November, stand by, you'll be number 2 behind the Banshee for me.
Sorry, say again?
You can give way to that Piper Comanche. You'll be number 2 behind him.
Okay, we'll stop here behind the Comanche, 72 November.
At 514 Delta Victor, we're just about to let you know we're ready.
Delta Victor, roger. Let me get you a departure release and then I'll get you going.
And we do have an arrival that was cleared to land on 3-4 right as well that we need to kind of watch and listen out for. Oh, there he is.
Manassas Tower, hello, Phenom 43291 at 7 miles on the RNAV 34 right.
Phenom 43291 Manassas Tower, hello, wind 360 at 9er, continue your approach.
We'll
Okay.
continue, Phenom 291.
He didn't give him a landing clearance, which means he's probably going to try and get me out quick, quick.
LC Papa, welcome to Manassas, Factory FDF Bravo, have a good night.
RV Bravo CF for 125.
Unless he gave the continue, because this guy was still on the runway. I had checked in 7 miles out in the Phenom. He's only about 2 minutes out. Could get the pattern work guy out now while he's waiting for my release, but I'll leave it to him to decide whether he can do that or not. Parking brake set while we're waiting. Take a sip of the beverage. That's always when they call you, so. That didn't work this time. The A2A worth it? Oh, it's outstanding.
60 at 9er, runway 34 right, clear for takeoff. Traffic is Phenom on a 4 mile file.
Okay, we're rolling now. 3-4 right, clear for takeoff. 514 Delta Victor. Strobe, taxi landing, Pito, and
November 43291, wind 360 at 9er, runway 34 right, clear to land. Traffic is a Comanche on the roll, runway 34 right.
Okay, clear to land 34 right, we're looking for traffic, Phenom 291.
okay, takeoff power set. Fantastic aircraft, H-Pilot. I highly recommend it. Superb aircraft. One of the best GA aircraft in the sim. Okay, there's 80. Pitch to the 105. We're going to leave the gear out until we're sure that we're not returning to pavement. Okay, field elevation was 200, so 600 is 400 AGL. Gear now coming up. Flaps now coming up. RPM down to 24. Manifold down to 24.
Victor, contact departure, safe flight.
I call the departure 514 Delta Victor. Okay, there's 800 feet, and that's when we're going to start our turn. But the needle hasn't come in on that VOR yet, so I'm just going to keep the runway heading for now.
Approach, good evening, United 1224.
And remember, it's 2,000. No higher than 2,000. We have to be exactly at 2,000, as a matter of fact.
Charlie's current, you plan the ILS-1 center.
Fuel pump can come off as well. Pitch for the 105 until we get to 2,000. And then we'll check in with Potomac Departure Comanche 514 Delta Victor's off Manassas at 1,200 going via the SID.
November 514 Delta Victor, Potomac Departure, ident, climbing 5000.
I climb and maintain 5,000. Will I det for you 514 Delta Victor? Yeah, I'm not sure if that button works, but do it right in the do it right in the pilot client. Okay, so now we don't have to worry about the 2,000. He gave us climb and maintain 5,000. That overrides the restrictions.
Delta Victor, radar contact 3 miles northwest of Manassas.
Roger, and just to confirm, we can disregard the SID restrictions?
Yes, sir. You can climb and maintain 5,000. Disregard the restrictions at Shirley and Casanova.
Roger, thank you. It was going to be more fun to fly those restrictions, but that's fine. You can go ahead and keep climbing straight to 5. I'm going to go ahead and start the turn to join the 236 into
United 1223.
Casanova.
After UVA, clear direct Brody.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to log off. The iFly just basically exploded on itself, changing that approach. Have a good evening. See ya.
Okay, we'll keep 24 and 24. Pitch to maintain 105. Waiting for that VOR to come in, and we're climbing straight to 5 now. Did I fly this into that Venture H pilot? No, not this year. I have before. I can't remember if it was last year. Yeah, I think I did last year.
514 Delta Victor, contact Potomac 126.1. Have a good one.
26-1, 514 Delta Victor. So this past VAT venture, I flew the DC-6 on the Warbird arrival, but last year I flew this into the Fisk arrival. And Rookie 31st, hello, if I didn't say so already. Double departure, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, 3,000 for 5,000 off of Manassas.
November 54, excuse me, November 514 Delta Victor, total departure, hello.
Still waiting to join that 236 inbound to Casanova.
You expect to climb here in about a minute.
The previous, you already gave us our 5. Oh, yeah, well, we filed 8, didn't we? Okay, we're 5,000 for now, and we'll expect that in a minute. 514 Delta Victor. I got so enamored with the fact that I was climbing straight to 5 that I forgot that I filed 8. Whoops. Alright, let's make sure the manifold pressure's still at 24. RPM's still at 24. Okay, did we see the needle start to move here?
Alright, 4 Delta Victor, are you direct Casanova?
We're trying to join the Arsenal 5 departure, that 236 into Casanova.
Roger, my bad. Alright, you can climb and maintain 8,000 now.
Alright, 8,000, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, yeah, it is starting to come in. And if we hit that radial right at the 10 mark, well, then that's going to end up being that point Shirley. .7 and counting down. And we're just about on that radial. And we are still 24, 105 in the climb. And navigating on course.
Surely you can't be serious.
Exactly.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Alright, so now we can start a gradual left turn. So this is the point Shirley, in 1.7 miles at least, where we should have been at 2,000. And then at Casanova VOR, we'd have been at 3,000. But now we're climbing up to 8,000. Alright, I'm going to shallow the... Yeah, we're still slightly left of course, rather, so I'm going to shallow the turnout. Back on that 236. Let's make sure we're still at 24 on the manifold, 24 on the RPMs, and climbing at 105. Laps up and gear up. And then after Casanova, let's just remind ourselves. After Casanova, the 286 outbound. So I'm going to set the heading bug just to remind myself of that. 285 and 6 there, okay. That's the heading we're going to turn to after the VOR, which we're still 9 miles away from. We're almost on there. Go ahead and just very gently turn to join that course. Still at, yeah, we're going to put the manifold up at 24 again. 23 and a half is all we're going to get at this point. 20, yeah, full throttle, 24. And climbing at 105. And going another 1,000 feet. Another 8 miles, and then we turn to this green heading here and track that outbound. Drifted a little bit left, of course, now, so we're going to ever so gradually edge it over to the right a little bit. I mean, it looks like we're heading right into some not so favorable weather, but might be like where we request yeah, let's see if we can maybe stay below the weather. Well, yeah, minimum on that segment is going to be 6,900 though. Yeah, we'll just keep it at 8. We'll deal with whatever we get when we get up there. Back on the airway, so let's steer over toward it. It does look like we need to put in a slight wind correction to stay on it. And there's our 8,000, so we'll trim it down. Keep the climb power in until the speed comes up. But as the speed comes up, we're going to have to keep down trim going. Yeah, see, we're steering toward the VOR, but still getting blown to the left, so we'll have to correct to the right here. Let's keep the down trim coming as the speed comes up, and then we can, yeah, manifold's already just parked at 22 just because of the altitude, but we can start easing the RPMs down to 22 as well. Alright, and then we'll lean the mix out. H-Pilot, I'm sure Google would have that for you. A2A Simulations is the name of the company. Alright, so 22 on the manifold, 22 on the RPMs. Mix leaned out to about 14 gallons an hour. Trimmed to 8,000. Speeds coming up to cruise nicely. Oh, and kind of way off of the path now. But, however, we're almost right over top of the VOR anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and just set the course to our next one, which is 286 outbound, and we'll get prepared to join that as it comes in. Okay, yeah, we went from to from. Now let's go ahead and start grabbing that outbound course. You cut the corner a little bit. Up there it comes. There it comes. Let's go ahead and get on it. Right at the cloud bases at 8,000. Okay, so now we're navigating the 286 outbound. And we're going to follow that out 63 miles. At that point, we're going to follow 43 inbound to Elkins VOR. So let's memorize that. 63 out. So this is navigating that old school radio-based VOR navigation that we haven't really done on the stream in a long, long time. We haven't done an IFR flight. This is the only, of the 5 planes that I fly, this is the only one that we truly fly just slant alpha anymore. The channel name is kind of legacy branding at this point, except when we fly this plane IFR. Which we are doing today for the first time in a long, long time. But in order to join this route segment, we don't have a GPS that's automatically telling us where this line is. The chart is the only thing we have that tells us where this line is. The gauge is telling us that we're tuned to a 286 radio outbound from this station.
2119, altitude 2,200.
And so we've got that 263 set on the gauge, and the needle's telling us if we're left or right of that course, and we can correct accordingly. Don't even really have an autopilot. There is an autopilot in this aircraft. It's not as functional as like the standard like Skyhawk, what is it, a Bendix King type thing? I don't even know how it works, but the Comanche hand flies so nicely I don't normally worry about it in this aircraft.
United 2119, affirm, I am direct to...
United 2119, climb maintain 6,000.
Climb maintain 6,000.
Lost a little bit of altitude. We'll trim up just a tiny, tiny touch here. Lost about 140 feet, so let's trim back up to 8. Kind of minor correction in to get back on the airway, but looks like we're back on that now, so I'm going to steer back over toward it. And then let's evaluate whether we're getting blown off of it to the left or the right. .22, 14, looking good. Plenty of fuel. We might try to burn out those couple gallons in the tip tanks. Matter of fact, why don't we do that? I know I'm tempting fate, because I know I'm going to forget that we're doing that, and then it'll run out, but let's tempt fate. We got a couple gallons each in the right and left tip tanks. So fuel pump is on. Fuel pressure still good. Fuel pressure still good. Fuel pump is off.
Climb maintain 10,000.
Fuel pressure still good.
Yeah, 2119.
Alright, well now let's watch this gauge like a hawk, and we got left and right. They should burn symmetrically. But let's watch it like a hawk and see if we can burn it almost all the way down to E and then switch back to the main tanks. We need to kind of steer back over. The plane seems to want to turn right a little bit.
United 2119, contact tone departure 119.85, yeah.
Altitudes.
United 2119, contact SoCal departure 20, wait.
SoCal?
United 2119.
Tone departure on 119.85.
United 2119, contact departure 1198.5.
Close enough.
That's the first day on the job.
Sir.
United 2117, past 2,700 for 3,000 on a heading.
United 2117.
He's flying an SR-71, yeah, right?
Hello, radar contact, line maintain
Does he want
6,000, direct Lulu.
Does he want a speed check?
6,000, clear direct to Lulu, United 2117.
IE SoCal is here. Well, good thing you were just talking to that guy.
Number 514 Delta Victor, contact Washington Center 133.72, see ya.
All right, 3372, 514 Delta Victor, we'll see you. All right. Washington Center, Comanche 514 Delta Victor 8000.
Comanche 514 Delta Victor, Washington Center, roger, welcome.
All right, 13.9 out. We're going, what did I say, 63? So this is one thing that we'll need to know for tonight. We haven't had to talk about this in a while. The leg between Casanova and Elkin's VORs is 106 miles. Ordinarily, you would fly half of that outbound, so 53 miles outbound from the one behind you, and then 53 miles inbound toward the one ahead of you. And we're still navigating from the one behind us, 15.2 out and increasing. So we can see the VOR indicator says it's behind us, and we're slightly left of course. So we'll correct back. But this is one of those few cases where instead of 55 and 55, there's a and here's the halfway point here. We happen to have a waypoint right there called TIAC right at the halfway point. That's not always the case.
November 4 Delta Victor, traffic 12 o'clock in less than a mile in Air India A320 Neo, descending at a 113 for 9,000 eastbound.
We're in the cloud basis, so we won't be able to see them, but we'll make sure we stay at 514 Delta Victor.
4 Delta Victor, no problem. Traffic should be leveling there at 9. No factor. Washington Center, flex 416, 17,000.
Just trim it down, make sure we're still firmly at that 8,000 feet that we're supposed to be. A little tiny bit of a right correction to get back on. We're getting blown ever so slightly to the left, so we're correcting ever so slightly to the right to kind of just make sure we're tracking that airway as accurately as we can. Completely hand flying today. But anyway, as I was saying, 55 mile, halfway, 106 or 53 miles would be where we, so it's not exactly at the halfway point, never mind. Forget I said that. So it's 53 miles out, 53 miles in is what you would ordinarily do on a 106 mile leg. But in this case, they want you to track the one behind you an extra 10 miles, 63 and 43, rather than 53 and 53. Why? Well, it's because this is a high-power VOR, and this is a low-power VOR, so we probably won't be able to receive Elkins until we're a little bit closer in.
Washington Center, roger. Continue the descent to flight level 200.
Alright, making it down to 200.
That's often the case when they have those markings on there. It's often the case that the reason for that marking is because the radio signal is stronger from one than the other. There might even be like, you know, they might both be similar power VORs on the chart, but there might be, you know, terrain or other radio interference that causes one signal to be more reliable than the other at the halfway point and so forth. But there's generally a reason that they have you track out one longer than halfway. But if they don't have a marking like this little doodad, as I like to call it, then you just always assume that whatever the leg length is, 106 in this case, you would just chop it in half, and that's where you'd switch. Now, why is that? Fact of the matter is that this style of navigation without a GPS is inherently not as accurate as GPS navigation. So there's a little bit of an error factor built in, and a tolerance built in that allows you to kind of wander slightly off of this airway but still be free of obstructions and conflicts. So the farther away you get, let's just say the halfway point is approximately here. So the farther away you get from the VOR, the more that margin for error becomes. The farther away you get from this VOR, the more that margin for error becomes. And if I had drawn it accurately with nice straight lines, the midpoint is where that error is the widest. Okay, the further away you get, the more your margin for error gets. The closer you get, the less your margin for error gets. So in order to minimize that margin for error, you kind of want to split the difference and switch over at the halfway point so that you're not wandering any further off. If you're 1 degree off course at 60 miles, that's basically 1 mile laterally off course.
727, contact Potomac approach, 119.85, good evening.
So the further away you get from the VOR, the more laterally off course you could be, even with a modest error.
American 617 passing to 6 for 400.
So that's why, as soon as you can start navigating toward a VOR, you'll get back into the situation where you're getting more and more accurate the closer you get to it. So that's why the general rule is to not go more than halfway between without switching. But in cases where the radio signal or some other reason dictates that it's better and safer to keep one signal slightly longer than halfway, that is how it would be marked.
United 2119, altitude 17,000.
United 2119, Washington Center. Hello, climb and maintain flight level 360 direct.
All right, we're a little bit right of course now. I'm going to just set the heading to the course, and then we'll let the wind blow us back on here. I'm not going to correct to the left. I'm going to correct to the center and let the wind correct us to the left.
United 2119, you're also clear direct to Hacks.
Direct to Hacks, 2117, clear direct to Hacks.
That was only for United 2119, 2119er. Delta 737,
caution, similar call sign on frequency.
Arrival, Richmond altimeter 2992.
Send you the cap 2 and 2992, Delta 737.
Oh. How we doing on fuel?
Hey, good evening, Washington Center, Delta 261, video 15,000 feet.
Delta 261, Washington Center, welcome. Cross Neville at 11,000, Richmond altimeter 2992, information echo.
Cross Neville at 11,000.
Right hand side, we got a modicum left. Left hand side, we got a modicum left. And then we'll go back into the main tanks here. Okay, now we're back on the airway, so I'll
And Washington, good evening.
steer just a little bit left and try to keep it.
Direct to JDUS.
Citation 747 Romeo X.
At the point where that needle was literally touching the empty, which is now. Let's go ahead. Yeah, let's go ahead and switch back. We got our fuel pump on.
American 562 contact.
We've got fuel pressure. Let's go ahead and switch the left from the tip to the main. We still have fuel pressure. Let's switch to the right from the tip to the main. We still have fuel pressure. Let's go ahead and turn the fuel pump off. We still have fuel pressure. Everything is good. We have basically zero in the tip tanks now.
Center, Roger. Information Tango current and national.
And we are flying off of the mains now. Okay, good. This plane, unlike the DC-6, if you were to bleed a tank dry, it will stop the engine. Okay, yeah, we can edge the nose back over closer to the heading of the airway, and we'll let wind correction blow us back on here. Do a little bit of a weather change. Yeah, I wonder if we could ask for a 2,000 foot climb and maybe go 10,000 feet.
DC Center American 3521 is with you, flight level 290.
I think as we go west, we're going to get further and further away from the weather system here. I think we should get into nicer weather as we get closer to Ohio. By the way, speaking of Athens, Ohio, that is our first destination tonight, and that is also the topic of our Slant Artwork Adventure. Our Slant Artwork Adventure is a side project that we undertake on every stream to collaboratively create an image which then represents the stream as our YouTube thumbnail when we upload the stream to YouTube later. So we try to keep it relatively relevant to what we're doing on the stream that night. Since we're headed to Athens, Ohio, I figured I'd start with a depiction of myself standing outside of the main entrance. So there we are, standing outside of the Ohio University, not Ohio State in Columbus, Ohio University in Athens. That's where we are. Go Ohio whatevers. I have no idea what the athletic mascot is to Ohio University.
And Delta 261, maintain 1000, please. Richmond altimeter 29.
But that's our Slant Artwork Adventure, and the way that project works is that you guys can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, down there at the bottom of the chat panel. And that puts you in the running to add to or modify our image. You basically would just once you've cashed in the 500 points and I've acknowledged you in the chat, you can just let me know right there in the chat how you would like to add to or modify that image. Matter of fact, Regen Road Trip is going to demonstrate for us. What are we doing, Regen? Let me know.
Royal American 152, Washington Center. Roger, information.
I got to be holding or stirring a stew pot, right? Well, we are participating in an event called Make Sweat Stew. Our friend Stu is working Indianapolis Center, and ordinarily our virtual USA flying clubs would be Make Mike Sweat. Well, we're going to make Stu sweat, but they decided instead of making Stu sweat, it's going to make Sweat Stew. I guess that's what we're cooking up. And Regen Road Trip wants us holding and stirring a stew pot outside of Ohio University. Okay, well, we got that modification underway. Let's double check our navigation. We're taking this radio out to 63 miles. Again, we're tuned to the Casanova VOR. We're tracking this 286 out to 63 miles. 63 because 53 would be halfway on this 106-mile leg, but this marking says in this case we're gonna switch over 10 miles west of that halfway point. So we'll keep tracking that out until this reads 63.
American 3521, maintain best.
We're a touch below 8,000, so I'll trim up to kind of make up that almost 100 feet there.
American 82, maintain 280.
So there's our sweat stew, Regen. Actually, looks like it looks delicious. I don't know. Sweat stew does not sound very appetizing at all. But this stew looks rather delicious. I did not specify to ChatGPT what kind of stew we were making here. I don't know if that will end up becoming part of this project later or not. I kind of hope it doesn't, but I'll leave that to
United
you guys.
2117, contact Indy Center 128.22. Good evening.
Indy Center 128.22, yeah, thanks for the ATC.
But there we are. Oh, and the weather is starting to clear up very nicely here. That is good news. Alright, so we're 22, 14 gallons an hour. Still need to trim up just a tiny little bit. Tracking the airway very nicely, another 18 miles or so, 17 miles. Not yet receiving the next one. I tuned the next one up the line here in Nav 2 just to kind of have it as a reference point. We just because we're bored, by the way. When we get up near the end of our journey, this first leg, we're going to have this NDB on frequency 250. Might as well get that tuned now since I'm not going to need that before then.
American 3521, descend to maintain, flight level 250.
Delta 250, American 3521.
Washington Center number 335, Lima Papa, direct Perry, 9,000 for 10.
Okay, so there's
November
that.
335, Lima Papa.
That'll show up on this gauge here when we're ready. And you can rotate this however you like to have a reference heading, but I usually just leave that centered at 0, and then the arrow just points straight up if you're heading directly to it, and then that tells you how many degrees we have to correct.
Washington Center 374 at Chambers, are you running high or low?
Chambers is going to be Washington 126.87.
Copy over 12617.
87. Royal American 159, descend to maintain, flight level 270.
Descend and maintain flight level 270, Royal Morocco 159. Thank you.
Okay, a little bit of course correction to stay on the airway. Nicely trimmed at 8,000, 22, 22, 14.
Delta 737, contact Potomac approach, 119 airplane 85 today.
Oh, and the other thing I didn't do, so 14.2, 14.2, that's our next VOR. We can kind of... Yeah, 14.2 Elkins. The next one after that is 14.45 Parkersburg. We can kind of get that in the standby on the Nav 2, 14.45.
Delta 4955, Washington Center, welcome.
And again, now we're as far ahead of the navigation plan as we can be here. Now, the only bad thing about the fact that I'm completely hand flying, and there is an autopilot in this plane, it's a pretty rudimentary one. I've not even ever figured out how to use it. There's a switch here. I don't even think it has any control. It might just be... Yeah, it's pretty simple. One day I should probably read up on it, but I use it so infrequently. You know, we typically just hand fly this plane, and I'm completely hands off. It's very, very stable. I don't need to. Once it's trimmed out, it doesn't really need a lot of input. But the problem is, it does need a little. And I'm getting at the point where I need to take a liquid recycling break.
Go ahead.
I guess I'll hold it until we get landed in Athens.
Delta 589.
Given that fact, I'm tempting fate by taking a sip of the beverage here. But I'm thirsty. What's a man going to do? Let's put in just a tiny bit of down trim. Get back to the 8,000. We'll put a tiny little bit of a left correction to get back on the airway. Otherwise, we're looking good here. 22, 22, 14.
Citation 12 Tango Tango, Washington Center, roger.
Alright, we're coming up on the point. Yeah, let's correct it over just a little bit more to the left. Now we're past the halfway point where we would be tracking, you know, if there wasn't a marking along that airway specifying, we would be, you know, we're more than 53 miles out. We should be less than 53 miles in to the next VOR, but we're not receiving it yet. When we get to that point where we're 63 and 43, that's where the chart says to switch. We might have to cheat if we're not receiving the next VOR, and given that it's a low, it's possible that the simulator won't actually simulate that signal reaching any more than about 30 miles out. So we might have to defy that chart just a little bit, track that signal behind us, presuming we still are receiving it, and you know, and cheat and track that out a little bit further until we start picking up the inbound one. Matter of fact, it happens when we do this old school radio-based navigation. It does happen sometimes that we end up in a dead zone.
29er, 89er.
Where
29er, 89er down to 13,000,
the simulator doesn't quite simulate the transmit power of these VORs properly, and you end up in a dead zone in the middle where you can't receive either one. That happens sometimes. And the
American 82 traffic, 10 o'clock.
The idea is, remember, that you've got kind of a 5-mile lateral leeway. We can kind of just dead reckon and stay on our assigned heading, or our, not really assigned heading. We can stay on our present heading and just kind of assume that once we do start receiving that next one up the line, we're probably going to be pretty close, and we can just correct back on from there. So that might happen. Technically speaking, you'd have to advise ATC in that situation, unless there's any reason we think that we're wandering way off course. I probably won't do that.
360, Delta 589, thanks.
American 35.
But we're more than 60 miles away from the VOR behind us now, and we're not yet receiving the VOR in front of us yet.
2902, American 3521.
Royal American 159.
So we may end up in that dead zone situation, and we'll just keep on. We know that we're correcting a couple degrees to the right in order to stay on the airway. We have no reason to believe that's going to change drastically, so we'll just keep on.
159, Washington.
Keep on with that plan till we're told otherwise.
Royal Morocco 159, can you please repeat that? Royal Morocco 159, descend via the Cavalier 7, arrival Richmond, altimeter 29902. Descend to Caliber 29992, Royal Morocco 159. Flight Shed 416, contact Potomac approach.
I'm limited down trim to get back to 8,000.
Potomac approach 2675, Flight Shed 460.
Good evening, Washington. Citation 4 Alpha Alpha, flight level 33 out.
Okay, so we are now beyond the point where we're supposed to be navigating inbound to Elkins VOR, and we're not yet receiving it. If I swap over 114.2, you'll see that there's just nothing. There's no. We got the barber pole indication that there's no navigation on that. We got the red flags over here on the VOR2 indicating there's no navigation on that. We got no DME countdown on it. So right now we're beyond the point where we should have switched, but the simulator is not simulating, and this is, like, again, a VOR low. A lot of times they only go out to about 30 miles. In this case, obviously, this one is allegedly reliable out to 43 miles, but the little individual differences like that are not often well simulated, so.
Citation 4 Alpha Alpha, areas of moderate to severe precipitation, starting 12 o'clock in 1
there we go.
minute.
Now we got the one ahead, and looks like we're just a little bit off course to the right, where we got to switch, we got to correct to the left. But it does mean now we can go ahead and switch in.
X-ray Atlanta Center 132.9.
39.5. Well, I say that. Let's tune the 105, which is the 285 radial.
X-ray, contact Atlanta Center
285 radial.
Good evening.
Over to Atlanta 132.9, good evening.
So that's 1 degree off from where we were tuned. Okay, and yeah, it does look like we need to correct slightly to the left. But now we are indeed navigating inbound to that as we should. Just a little bit after, 38 miles out instead of 43. So a little bit after we should have switched, but that's not bad. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and get that little bit of a left correction in here. And then let's get a little bit of down trim to get back to 8,000.
Potomac approach 119.85, good evening.
1985, American 3521, have a good night, see you.
And then what we'll do is we'll kind of cascade. The 1445 is the next one. I'll go ahead and get that set here.
November 2 Tango, descend and maintain flight level 290.
290 for 2 Tango Tango.
So 1445 is Parkersburg VOR. We've got it already tuned in the NAV2. What would be the inbound heading to Parkersburg, or inbound course rather to Parkersburg?
American 82,
The
contact
121 out. So what's that going to be? A 301 inbound.
Okay, over to Potomac. Thanks. American 82.
So we'll get that tuned down here.
AirPod 1, descend via the Gibbs 6 arrival, Dallas altimeter 290.
301.
Descend via the Gibbs 6 for AirPod 1.
And so see how the radials didn't quite match up in the middle, even though I had them tuned, as far as I could tell, I had them tuned to the exact degree. That's normal. That's normal in this type of navigation. It's just inherently slightly inaccurate. ELW-124 is here. Hey, good to see you. So this type of navigation, as I say, is just inherently slightly inaccurate. So, you know, being as close as possible to the VOR we were tracking outbound from, we're now slightly off of the VOR that we're tracking inbound from, but that's fine. The closer we get to it, we're 34 miles and counting down. And remember what I diagrammed earlier about that narrowing cone. The closer you get, the less of a lateral deviation is represented by a angle deviation. I'll draw that again because I didn't explain it very well. Well, I'll tell you what, let's do this screen snipper till I'll bring that over.
November 4 Delta Victor, the Elkins altimeter 3001.
3001, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, so that's accounting for, wow, that's quite a bit of difference here. That's accounting for some of the variation in our altitude. So we're a little higher than we thought we were. Trim down and get back on that. We're now back on the airway. I'll put the nose over slightly to the right to hold that. Still at 22, 22, and 14. We lean it out just a touch.
November 4 Alpha Alpha, descend and maintain flight level 290.
290 for Alpha.
But anyway, so let's say we have this tuned in, and
Delta 4955.
there's maybe a degree variance either way. Well, if we're 60 miles out, that degree variance, and just imagine this symmetrical.
4955, clear flat.
I'm not drawing these lines very accurately. Well, I'm getting a little lag here.
Royal Morocco 159, contact Potomac approach 128.52, good evening.
Okay, so there we are, back to 8,000. And we're back on airway.
And Morocco 159, it's 128.52 today.
So the farther away from the VOR you are, if that 1 degree variance puts you up to 1 mile off if you're 60 miles out. But the closer you get, the less laterally off course you are. And now we're only half, so even if we were a degree off now, at 30 miles out, we're going to be only half a mile laterally off, because we're halfway out to 60. So the closer we get, the closer that 1 degree of variance puts us to being right on course. So now we're below 8,000. Let's trim up and keep 8,000. 22, 22, 14. Plenty of fuel.
Citation 4 Alpha Alpha, continue the descent and maintain.
Still need to trim up just a tiny little bit to stay on 8,000 feet.
Delta 589, clear direct to last.
Clear direct to last, Delta 589 him.
All right, 25.4 miles. Let's run through and just kind of make sure we're ahead of the game here. So we're at Elkins. We're headed into Elkins VOR. When we leave Elkins VOR, it's going to be a 3:05.
10:30 at 97 feet.
So let's just set the heading bug to remind us of that. So when the time comes, we're not panicking. We just know to turn to that where that green heading bug is set to.
November 4 Delta Victor, contact Indy Center 128.22. Good evening.
2822 514 Delta Victor. Thanks. We'll see you. Well, this should be our friend Stu. Yeah, it sounds like it is, but we're only at.
Welcome back. Southwest 1270, center maintains level 240. 240. And over 24 kilo, the wind.
We're only at 8,000, so we might have trouble hearing Stu from a distance. We might have trouble hearing us from a distance. Regen Road Trip says, interesting, the amplitude of your route wiggles get bigger on VATSIM radar at the same widening error rate you drew. Yes, indeed. Well, it's kind of slightly cheating, but let's look and see. Yeah, indeed. Look, we got little wiggles here. Farther away we get, the wiggles get bigger and bigger. And now as we get in toward Elkins, those wiggles should get smaller again. Again, the inherent inaccuracy of this navigation method. But yeah, perfect demonstration of that, Regen. Oop, I was just going to jump in and check. I haven't checked in with Stu yet. And how well it's simulated? Yeah, indeed, Melvin. Right. A2A on their game with just the inherent inaccuracies here. Sometimes the sims are a little too perfect, but A2A is good about these little quirks are built right in. Indy Center Comanche 514 Delta Victor 8000.
4 Delta Victor in the center, welcome. Center 4 Delta Victor, the Clarksburg altimeter 29er.
29er 514 Delta Victor.
Indy Center, good evening, United 1627.
Hey, we were at 3001, we're now 29er.
390.
1627, Indy Center, radar contact, welcome.
Jet 4, Mike Charlie, climbing out of 2,200 for 4,000.
That sounds like our friend Jet Pilot Cinnamon.
7,000 passing, 3,000, clear direct Gavin.
17,000 out of 3 direct Gavin, 100 Jet 4, Mike Charlie.
Alright,
November 11816, requesting lower.
Oh, speaking of our friends from the Virtual USA Flying Club, that is a Melvin Lee road we just heard.
Altimeter 3006.
Alright, to change the Gibbs for arrival, November 11816.
Southwest 1270, Chicago Center is virtually offline. Vector service terminated, free and good change approved.
Alright, thanks. Good night.
United 2331, Chicago is closed. Radar service terminated, free and good change approved. 24331.
Passing right over some airport here. 18 miles east of Elkins.
Foxtrot, the Indy altimeter 3006, Gulf Sky, respect 5 right.
Elkins Randolph Airport, probably.
Or actually, Foxtrot, probably better for you, expect 3-2.
Alright, expect 3-2. Echo Foxtrot.
That sounds like Eric Flight. A lot of our well-known friends are out here tonight.
FedEx 111, the winds are 360 at 8.
So we're still drifting up. I'm going to trim down. We'll get back to our assigned altitude of 8,000 here.
Indy Center, November 325, and Papa 10,000 feet.
5 Lima Papa in the
Alright, we're
center.
slightly left, of course, even though we're correcting to the right, because we got pretty steady winds blowing us right to left. So we'll correct back over to the right just a little bit. I'm going to try and do a better job on this turn than I did on the last one. We wound up cutting... Actually, let's peek at VATSIM radar. We wound up cutting that turn at Casanova pretty short.
Rare Air 997, KC's offline. Big change approved.
It's not even marked on there where it was.
Advisory Rare 997. Be good.
Canada 17,
But that's
16,
fine.
traffic, 12 to 11 o'clock, 10 miles westbound. Actually, disregard, I misread his altitude. We'll fare 824, squawk 27, tree.
By the way, the live stream of our center controller is linked here in the chat.
45 heavy with you at 400. Flight level 400.
Delta 245 and the center, record contact, welcome. Number 24 Kilo, taxi departing via Alpha Mike, cross from my tree 2.
So if you want to have both open, or if you want to pop in on his for a little while and then come back to mine, or maybe you just prefer to watch him, that's fine too. He's got a good amount of traffic.
There's 111 radar contact, line maintained.
I've got it. I'm going to tell you now. I've got his incoming stream at very low quality in order to not.
And our 24 Kilo, taxi departing via Alpha Mike, cross from my tree 2.
In order to not interfere with my outbound stream. So this is going to look really blurry when I bring this over. But this is the scope. You can see he's got quite a number of targets there.
And Delta Tango Alpha 824, squawk 27, tree.
If you want to see it in high quality, you can tune it in.
Tango Alpha 824.
All right, 11 miles from the Elkins VOR.
Sun Country 5510. Set to maintain level 350 for now. 350 for now for Sun Country 5510.
Let's see if we can get a METAR reading. So we've only got the one approach, an ILS to runway 25. Of course, we can do a visual approach as well.
In the center, Starship.
If the weather is nice and clear up ahead like it looks to be, we can probably just request a visual approach to either 25 or to 7, depending on what we need. But let's... KUNI, METAR. Wind is calm there, so the ILS to 25 and a 10 statute miles clear 3003. So visual approach to 25 is fine, and we'll have the ILS tuned to give ourselves that additional guidance, but it seems like a visual approach to runway 25 is going to be plenty fine for us, and it's a left-hand turn off of 25. We make it down successfully. So it looks like my correction is starting to reflect more in a bigger angular deviation here. So let's go ahead and get back over onto that VOR radial. The closer we get to it, the more rapidly that needle will swing, because the more rapidly your angle to that VOR can change if you're near it versus distant from it. More science, and that's actually less science and more math. Trigonometry.
Dear Sierra Foxtrot, are you the same? 8 burp. Sierra Foxtrot, ready service terminus,
So we'll get back over onto that radial. We'll straighten out the course.
Sun Country 5510, send pod discretion maintained 1000. The Huntington
Track that inbound at 8,000 feet. Now 6,000 feet to 1 nautical mile. Ish. We're at 8,000. The VOR is probably, the terrain elevation here is not 0. It's a couple thousand maybe. So really what I'm saying is the DME is not going to count down to 0.0. Probably count down to about 1, since we're about 6,000 feet above that VOR. So we'll have to kind of keep that in mind. But When we get pretty close to 0, we will know that we're over top and we can start working on intercepting the outbound 305 course. Everybody friends down here? We all being good?
And Delta Tango Alpha 824, what's the call sign?
Yeah, it's meant to be Angola 824.
Alright, roger. I need you to squawk in 2733, please.
FM, we're currently squawking 2733.
Then you might want to try the .x command your pod click. I'm not showing it at all.
Possible he's got it in standby or off if he's got the codes out in. And just lay down, bud. Keely's in the bed that you're normally in, but that is not your bed.
Check out 1716.
Literally 4 other beds in this room right now. Pick one, dude.
119.87.
I'm kind of overcorrecting the radio here while I'm trying to manage the kids.
Indianapolis, this is Citrus 537 climbing 28,300 to 340.
Citrus.
67 nautical miles to the east of the
The old AirTran call sign.
Citrus 537, Indy Center, welcome.
So the closer we get to the VOR, it's more and more difficult to fly that radial extremely accurately by hand.
TI-6, the limited altimeter 3007.
But at this point, we're less than a mile from it laterally. I'm going to go ahead and just set the outbound course, and we'll just be prepared to intercept it on the outbound side.
In Sky 629, information Mike
Since
is
we cut the turn a little bit short, I'm going to just assume we're going to
we
be
have Michael
correct to the
forward,
left
and
here.
we have 35 left plugged in because it's the longer runway. However, we'll take either one, doesn't matter.
Sky 629, expect a visual approach, runway 35 left.
Alright, we'll expect visual 35 left, East Sky 629.
FedEx 111, Citrix, go down.
Okay, so we're basically right over top of the VOR. We've lost signal from it. We're going to regain it here in just a moment, and we'll see what lateral correction we need to do when that happens. Okay, yeah. Oh, overshot the turn a little bit. Probably pretty close to it, though. This close in, you don't want to make a radical correction because that angle is going to change really quickly once you put just a little bit of a correction in. It'll come back on right.
And number 5, Echo Fox, ready to make the straight in. Runway
Yeah, there we go. It's coming back in pretty well with just that little bit of correction because we were basically right over top of the VOR.
Runway 32, 5 Echo Foxtrot.
We're not yet receiving that university MDB, by the way. Wouldn't expect to. All right, but what's the plan now in terms of the next leg of our journey? 67 miles. And so there's no indication like this same zigzag that we had here. There's no indication like that along this airway. So 67 miles. That means we're going to track this out halfway and then in halfway. What's half of 67? Half of 60 would be 30. Half of 7 is 3.5, so 33.5.
Copy, 5120 Whiskey.
5120 Whiskey, Indy Center.
So we'll track Elkins VOR outbound 33.5, and then Parkersburg VOR inbound 33.5 is what we'll do. The inbound radial is a 121, which is a 301. You'll notice there's a little bit of variance. It's a 305 down here. By the time we get up here, it's a 301. Just remember, these aren't, they're depicted as straight lines, but they're not really. Magnetic variation, curvature. The farther north you go, these lines of longitude, no, they're depicted as parallel. They're not really parallel. They converge slightly the farther north you go. So the magnetic heading of the radials does change from one VOR to the other.
You say again?
Yeah, the last controller called me saying your radio wasn't working.
Les SoCal says, I'm
Yeah,
hungry. Did you
appreciate
bring the sack dinners? I did not. But, you know, since the event we're flying in tonight is called Make Sweat Stew, we're making some stew.
And Falcon 1486, make those straight in runway 35.
I hope that's not sweat stew. I hope that it's some other sort of stew. It looks good. Make sweat stew sounds absolutely horribly gross. But the stew depicted is pretty darn yummy looking. Alright, how we doing? 22, 22, 14. Trimmed pretty nicely at 8,000. Did I make from scratch? I did. I had help from ChatGPT though.
Justice 340, contact Cleveland Center 119.87.
119.87, Justice 340.
Pretty good wrist strength, says Regen Road Trip, to hold that
Yeah, we would
hold that cast iron pot one-handed like that. Yeah.
February 16.
316, I'm assuming that's 5, right?
It's sitting on a little tripod. You can't see it in the shot though.
816.
Now we're back into the so we're making stew, but we're in the soup.
Number 5 Echo Foxtrot, the winds are 3409 or runway 32, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 32, Manassas 5 Echo Foxtrot.
You just got 629 heavy to center maintain.
By the way, when we get up to
United 2117 Heavy, is there any way
when we get up to
Unicom?
University.
And I was 2117 calling?
A from 2117.
2117.
Get up to our destination. 123075 is the common traffic advisory
Thanks for
frequency.
the ATC, United 2117.
So we're going to get that set down here.
Center, good evening. Smoke 264, checking in, flight level 390, CPDLC.
264, Indy Center, radar contact, welcome.
23.
United
07.
Could I also get
swap that in,
early,
but when we get handed off to the advisories there, we'll just switch from COM 1 to COM 2. That'll be a one-touch switch there.
Roger,
make that nice and easy for us.
United 2119, frequency change please. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, back out of the soup. Back out of the soup.
55.
Back into the stew.
Traffic 10 to 11 o'clock. 8 miles opposite direction, 17,000 high jet.
Traffic is late for Senko 255.
4 Mike Charlie traffic at 10 o'clock, 6 miles opposite direction, 17,000 descending. Is,
Alright, and let's go back to the world low. What was the airway information again? 33? Yeah. 67 total legs, so 33 and a half.
Huntington altimeter 3000.
3000, forward Charlie.
33 and a half out. And what's the next one? 1445 to the Parkersburg VOR? Yep, okay.
And Pelican 14 at 96, change to my frequency, 120.77.
0.77, from 96.
All right. Let's go ahead and brief the ILS approach just so that we have it. We can't, I'm not going to be able to tune anything. Well, we can tune it.
2,700, heading straight in runway 35 and look back.
We can tune it on nav 2 because we're not going. We don't need it on nav 1 necessarily. We're not going to hand fly it. So we can tune the ILS on nav 2. 108.75.
You are cleared for the option.
It'll actually be a full stop for
108.75, and the course is a 247.
And then Alpha 1 Kilo Juliet passing 260 to 360.
At 1 Kilo Juliet in the center welcome.
Okay, so that's set.
American 688 cleared, direct Hitman, and for direction of flight, would you like to climb or descend?
We get vectored on the final, we don't need to make the turn. If we do it from the initial fix here, we do that procedure turn and inbound unless he clears us straight in. Minimums if we do it as an ILS 974. Don't have an alert to set. If we go missed 2,600 straight and then 3,000 back to the NDB, if we make it down successfully, a left-hand turn off.
629, turn right, heading 2 at 900 vector final.
And of course, this is all if we do it as an ILS. If we end up doing it as a visual, none of this applies.
Indy Center, helicopter November 178, Mike Tango on the ground at Bloomington, VFR.
178, Mike Tango, Indy Center, what can I do for you?
VFR up to Indianapolis at 5.5, we're an AS-65.
Okay, it's just very slightly left of course here, so we'll put in just a mild course correction. And then in terms of the rest of the approach briefing, we already checked the weather. Weather was 10 statute miles clear, so if that observation holds up, we won't have any concerns about visibility or cloud bases or crosswinds.
Yes, got 629 fighting tree at 20.
320, yes, got 629.
And then we've got 5,600 feet at an elevation of just shy of 800.
We're pretty airborne at our own risk, 8 Mike Tango.
Just got 629 Louisville Airport. Will be to your 1 o'clock and about 1.5 miles reported today.
We'll report your Sky 629. We have airport inside your Sky 629.
This guy 629, clear visual approach, runway 35 left.
Clear visual 35 left, your Sky 629.
Okay, we're 22.5 out, so we got another 11 miles to go, and then we will switch from navigating outbound from Elkins to inbound to Parkersburg. I now have nav2 set up for the ILS, so I don't have like a preview of whether we're receiving Parkersburg VOR yet or not. Yeah, looks like we got a little bit of a frontal system here that we're going to head toward. Hopefully that won't get too messy for us. It is still reporting 10 statute miles and clear at the destination, but we can check that again to see whether it's changed. Still saying that for now.
Advise information leave on board.
Indy Center, hello, on voice, level 13,000.
270 Sierra, Juliet, Kilo 1, and we'll grab Kilo.
And then we did say the common traffic advisory frequency 2307. Let's just double check. I mean, there's no reason to double check. This is a very straightforward airport, but just to show the exercise, KUNI. If you were ever not, oh, it's not in there. If you were ever not sure, then you could use, like if you were going into a major Class Bravo airport that had multiple tower frequencies listed and you weren't sure which one to use, you could use that .CTAF KMEM, and it would tell you which one to use. Peyote Moon Pie, yeah, so this engine monitor, I don't use it. I wish I could uninstall it. I wish I could pretend this plane did not have it installed. It's trying to warn us that we're REM remaining. Remaining fuel is negative 404 gallons, because every time I refuel this plane, I don't go in here and then add the fuel into this little monitor system. So it's trying to tell us how many gallons we have left, how much time we have left. It tries to tell us hours and minutes of fuel that we have left. But you have to then go into every time you add anything to this plane, you got to go and add it here too. I don't mess with it. I just pretend it's not there. There's dozens of viewers, all kind. What's the big flashing red thing? It's fine. Just ignore it.
Number 4 MD Center, low lock, number 3004, maintain VFR.
3204, maintain VFR, Red Bull 4 on the average health approach. Expect to get you a Red Bull.
I keep resetting it, and then every now and then it'll just refresh and realize that, oh my gosh, he's almost out of fuel. He's actually 400 gallons beyond out of fuel. We should tell him.
Indianapolis Center, good day, November 822, Papa Golf, flight level 310.
Yeah, I wish there was a circuit breaker I could pull to just shut it off. But unfortunately, it's on the same circuit as my other avionics, so I can't do that. But REM, to answer your question, yeah, the first rule of REM club is don't talk about REM club, right? Yeah, no, the REM is telling you fuel remaining. It's warning us about our fuel remaining.
Maintenance frequency, radar services terminated. 1496.
The one thing that I do use it for, that I do glance at it for, the cylinder head temp on gauge. I forget which cylinder the probe is on, but this gauge tells us our cylinder head temps on a per cylinder basis. And the 5 and 6 tend to overheat before the one that the probe's set to. So it'll tell us one of our cylinders is hot before this gauge will. So I will kind of glance at it for that.
I got your 5510.
Other than that, I ignore it.
Thanks, Jade. I forget about it too.
All right, so 33.5 is when we're supposed to switch over. Let's go ahead and do that now. So 114.45, and we are receiving it. That's good news. And then what's the
what approach you set up for?
radial 121? So we need to set a 301 inbound.
5510, turn left.
So it's showing that we're left of course, but we do have to adjust so that it's a 301 course. So there we are, 301. And we're actually we are still a little bit left of course, but not badly.
Yeah, Indy Center, you just got 229 going around.
Okay, 629 flat row heading, maintain 3000.
And 34.5 counting down. So we did switch maybe about a mile early, but close enough for slant alpha work. And we're 22, 22, 14, trimmed nicely at 8,000. And when we get to Parkersburg VOR, outbound to 256 heading.
Fleet of Air 777 and across the runway. We felt a little unstable, so we decided to bail out and just, go around.
We got 629, roger. Flight of 270 vectors, visual 35 left.
So there's a what do we say, 256?
Vectors for 35 left again, you just got 25.
So there's a 256, so that's what we'll turn to on the way out from Parkersburg. At that point, though, we're not really going to be on a 256 radial. Our next charge will be to go direct to the University NDB.
Book 3 cleared for the RNAV, GPS runway 3.
So we'll be receiving that over here, and it should just point straight up if we're heading direct to it at that point.
Indy Center,
Okay, now
November
we're
219
corrected
Alpha.
onto the airway. Let's get
Flight
back over
6
onto that.
Headed back to Evansville. Can I get flight following, please?
Alright, what was the full call sign?
November 21901 Alpha, Carbon Cub.
21901 Alpha, Indy Center, squawk 6747, and make sure your whole company is walking standby.
6747, everybody needs to be on standby, 91 Alpha.
Except for you if you're the lead.
Yeah, 6747 for 91 Alpha.
Indy Center, American 680 Heavy.
American 680.
Any chance we can leave the cockpit for a couple of minutes?
Hey.
680 Memphis Center's offline. Radar service terminated for you to change approved.
Okay, over to Unicap. I'm you. Good rest of your night. See ya.
United 1627, contact Washington Center, 1 tree.
So we're tracking the airway. We're restabilizing ourselves at 8,000. 22, 22, 14.
And number 901 Alpha, someone in the flight is not squawking standby.
Plenty of fuel.
Standby.
Standby on the standby.
375, level 410.
All right, now we're drifting slightly left, of course, so
75, Indy Center, radar
we'll
contact.
put in a little bit of a wind correction here. Well, we'll put in a little bit of a course correction, but once we're back on course, we'll settle it back into a slight wind correction.
60. Alright, fly heading left 160, unit traffic going on.
Number 816, turn right, heading 360, vectors approach.
Okay, 27 miles and counting down.
Indy Center, are you showing all 6 of us, or the 5 of them on standby?
Negative, someone's not. It's looking like 20 Whiskey is not on standby.
So smack that one.
And our 30 Charlie, descend pilot discretion, maintain 14,000. The Louisville altimeter
Okay,
3004.
so just to recap, inbound to Parkersburg, then outbound on approximately a 256, but then we'll be direct to the NDB on frequency 250 at that point. We've briefed the ILS 25 for this airport, but we're going to request a visual given 10 statute miles clear. Observed at the airport right now. Wind is calm, so straight into runway 25 will be fine unless he wants to give us.
Number 816, fly heading 020, join the 5 right localizer.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
Join the 5 right localizer.
Since we're going to be on advisories and 10 statute miles and clear conditions, let's go a left downwind to runway 7. Is it a left pattern there? Is that the standard pattern? Because that way, when we're coming straight in IFR, you're kind of making everybody that's in the pattern adjust to you, which is, yeah, you know, it's...
Max 54 radar contact, climb and maintain level 320.
A little bit rude.
320, American 54 Heavy.
But if we get clearance for a visual approach, we get released over to advisories. We'll check in and then we'll fly.
Victor, the Parkersburg altimeter 3003.
3003, 514 Delta Victor. So, but if we've got visual conditions there, you know, then we get cleared for a visual. We could even cancel IFR and just go VFR, and then we'll just check in on the advisory frequency on a downwind, you know, entering a left downwind to runway 7. So if we end up having to fly the ILS because of visibility,
you are 3 miles.
Let's do the ILS to 25. But if we end up a visual approach and then, you know, terminating into VFR, we'll do a visual or VFR left downwind to runway 7. That would then make it a right-hand turnoff if we make it down. Okay, I still need to put in. Still need to put in a right-hand correction here.
6,000, my discretion, probably impossible.
So let's get back on the airway. And then let's get a little bit.
That was a FedEx calling. What's your location?
A little bit of down trim, get back to 8,000 here. And if we're going 8,000 to 2,000, let's say the field elevation is just slightly less than 1,000, so the pattern altitude is slightly less than 2,000, but just for round figures, we'll say 2,000. So 8,000 to 2,000 means we're going to have 6,000 to lose. We like to use 3.5 miles per 1,000 in the descent, so 6 times 3 is 18, 6 times a half is 3, 18 and 3 is 21. So we're going to want to descend 21 miles prior to the airport.
3006 will get hotel.
But we want to be at pattern altitude 4 miles prior to reaching the airport. So we would say 25 miles prior to the airport. So 21 miles prior to the NDB. And that's 37, so that's 16 after the VORs when we want to start
Delta
descending.
Victor, advise you on the weather note, Tim's into your approach request for University.
We do, and the visual approach to the airport will be fine. 514 Delta Victor.
Delta Victor, roger.
And notice I didn't say visual approach to 25 or visual to 7, because it's non-towered. He's not controlling the runway use there. So he doesn't care. There is no such thing as a visual to 25 or a visual to 7 when you're a radar controller directing somebody onto a non-towered field.
030.
Left 030, check your plan.
Yeah, see, so even not touching this thing, it's now saying, oh my gosh, there's now 406 gallons negative remaining. Good Fixins is here. Speaking of familiar voices on the frequency, 8033 Fox is also streaming. He streams as twitch.tv/N8033 Fox FOX. And he has a full-scale Cessna 172/182 cockpit that he's built in his house that he flies. He's got it set up so nicely that you almost can't tell when you look at his stream that you're not looking at an actual aircraft.
Rebel 4, roger, maintain visual separation.
We'll maintain visual separation, Rebel 4. 50 Center, TPM 2324 Kilo on the ground at Indianapolis, IFR, Louisville.
Hopefully I've typed that correctly.
2324 Kilo, Indy Center. You're clear to Louisville International Airport as filed. Maintain 30,000.
Yeah, there you go. He is not in a real airplane. I assure you, he's not in a real airplane, but gosh, it looks like it, doesn't it? And again, I've got it blurry on purpose just so the inbound doesn't interfere with the outbound in terms of my stream. We want to see it in full res. Oh, there he's got all the views.
Afterwards, remain this frequency, clock 5.
But yeah, that's his setup. It's amazing.
124 Kilo, read back correct. Rebel 4, contact Evansville approach 127.35.
Contact Evansville approach 127.35. See ya.
Indy Center, good evening. Delta 1653, we're passing flight level 250, climbing 400.
1653, Indy Center, welcome.
Okay, overshot the correction back onto the airway, and we're not yet receiving the NDB. That's not too much of a complication, because we can.
Flight at 350, it'll be 12 o'clock, 14 miles.
Alright, 350 and field in sight now.
We can fly the 256 outbound to get ourselves pointed in the right direction.
Clear visual, 35 left, use scratch your plan.
And November 816, exit right when able, please.
Alright, taking it right, November 816.
Indy Center 714 Tango, 270, 30 east of Champion Viewer.
Okay, so there we are. Back onto the airway, hopefully. And then I think we said 15 miles past... 15 miles past the VORs when we want to start down.
Delta Mike cross runway 32.
Delta Mike cross 32, November 816.
Indy Center, TBM 2324 Kilo, request taxi.
4 Kilo, standby. 629 heavy, the wind 010 runway 35 left, clear to
Yeah,
land.
so trying to dial in the wind correction that keeps us right on that radial.
4 back. Alright, number 4, Mike Charlie, cross runway 7, taxi to parking via Alpha. Let me know if you do need to take Charlie.
Oh, Alpha combined, crossing 7 Alpha.
Alright, so remember, like I said, oh, you know what, too?
And Indiana Boy 3511 request change over to advisory.
Now, what I have not done at all this entire time is a
advisory, I'm going to take care.
recal of the part of the reason that the wind correction's been so wonky maybe is that I haven't calibrated the directional gyro at all this entire flight. So it is, we are steering at about a 308 right now.
Manassas, 5 Echo Foxtrot, we're over at Million here at Indianapolis. Requesting VFR taxi clearance.
So that's why it has seemed like it needed a right-hand correction all night.
And November 5 rudder standby. And November 24 kilo. Let's go runway 32. Taxi line, Mike.
So there we go. Now,
Runway 32.
so we've been putting in a left correction the entire time without realizing it because I've been steering to this directional gyro, which I've failed to keep up to date with the magnetic heading.
I'm not sure what the name of that one.
But I've assumed it's a wind correction, and I've been navigating the airway pretty well, just assuming it's been a wind correction the entire time. It's not. It's been a gyro correction. I've been flying rather than fixing.
Indy Center.
Oh well. Now we know. We're flying a 300 exactly, and that's matching. That's good.
Indy Center, Blue Streak 5105 on the ground in Louisville, Gate Bravo 16, ready for pushback.
So now it looks like we can put in just a little bit of a left correction to get back on the airway.
My discretion.
Still not receiving the NDB yet, but we'll just fly the 256 outbound. Will get us in the ballpark.
Center, Sun Country 5510.
Sun Country 55. Dang it, I forgot about you, didn't I? Sun Country 5510, turn left heading 130.
Left center 130, 5510.
We'll make sure we can get this down, Sun Country 5510, cleared and direct to Wiley. Cross Wiley after above 3,500, and Wiley go to ILS from A12 approach.
Okay, we'll go direct Wiley down to 3,000. We'll cross Wiley level 3,000 and clear ILS 12. Sun Country 5510.
It's at or above 3,500.
3,500, we check safe.
Okay, so we're not yet receiving the NDB. Let's go ahead and recalibrate this to a 256 outbound.
Indy Center, Unit Sky 629 going around again.
Yes, 629, fly runway heading, maintain 3,000.
Alright, runway heading 3,000, Unit Sky 629.
Probably overshot. Probably overshot the turn limit. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Are you landing a ramp today?
Yeah, we're going to land at the FBO 8 Mike Tango.
And which FBO?
The north one, north of the 32.
Is it the one next to Golf or the one next to Mike 2?
The one next to Mike 2.
Number 8 Mike Tango, roger. And you just got 629, so your intentions.
Yeah, we're having, for some reason this plane just wants to act like a Boeing here. We'd like to divert to our alternative airport, Cincinnati, if possible.
And you just got 629, cleared to Cincinnati Airport, present position direct Sargo, Sargo for arrival.
Alright, present position direct Sargo, for the Sargo for arrival in Cincinnati, Unit Sky 629.
Hunter flight 1595, maintain level 280.
They're definitely making sweat stew over there.
Yeah, Hunter flight 1595, so was you, there was no voice there. Center maintains level 280.
Alright, so we're 3 miles outbound of the VOR. We're not yet receiving the NDB.
1D9, would you like us to, let's go 900,000?
900,000 sounds good, Unit Sky 629.
Let's get 629, climb and maintain 900,000.
Climb maintain 900,000, Unit Sky 629.
When we get 15 miles out, we want to descend from 8,000 to 3,000.
And Indianapolis Center, Bonanza 5 Foxtrot, still waiting at clearance.
To 5 Echo Foxtrot, maintain VFR after below 3,000. Start to this frequency, squawk 5577.
And maintain VFR at below 3,000. I'm with you on this frequency at 5577. 5 Echo Foxtrot.
5 Echo Foxtrot, sure, back correct, you're here for taxi.
Yeah, we're ready for that taxi clearance. Bonanza 5 Echo Foxtrot.
5 Echo Foxtrot, runway 32, taxi by Mike.
Got a pretty distinctive river here. That river going to take us right past if we go into VFR.
Number 33 Foxtrot, enter the right.
It takes us southbound to Ohio University's over here to the west. So we could follow the river and then find a
number 24 kilo wind 030 at
find a visual landmark to follow if we had to.
Turn left heading 270, runway 32, clear for takeoff.
Runway 32, cleared for takeoff. Turn left, heading.
What are the
takeoff? 224
maximum elevation figures in this area? 1618.
November 746 Delta Zulu, about 5 miles north to west of the.
Sounded like he was starting to call me there for a second.
Fort Delta Victor, SINPOD discretion maintain tree that.
Pilot's discretion 3000, 514 Delta Victor.
Number 4 Delta Zulu, Indy Center, radar contact.
Oh, we got a 4 Delta Victor and a 4 Delta Zulu.
Flight level 370, November 6 Delta Zulu.
Yeah, I was mentioning that 6 Delta Zulu, descend maintain flight level 330.
Semi-maintain flight level 330, and 6 Delta Zulu.
6 Delta Zulu.
Indy Center, November 32000, and Papa has to do.
Hello, Papa, clear visual approach, runway 2.
Okay, so he did say pilot's discretion down to 3, meaning we didn't have to start it right away. I said when we got to about 15 out, we were going to start down, so we'll go ahead and do that.
Through 5,700 for 6,000, previously cleared direct Julia.
And we're still navigating the 256 outbound. 37 miles should put us on top of that NDB, but we're not yet receiving that NDB. Not a problem for now, but when we get closer, that will be a problem since that's part of our clearance.
Can you use frequency?
Our IFR clearance is to go direct to that NDB, so we got to go as direct as possible to it. Seb part 2, yeah, we got the artwork going. Since the event that we're flying in is called Make Sweat Stew, not Make Stew Sweat, Make Sweat Stew. We got me outside of Ohio University making some stew, although it doesn't look like it's sweat stew, it looks like it's some sort of beef and potato stew. That is our artwork. Our friend Stu is the center controller on Indy right now. He has invited all the Virtual USA Flying Club members to come out and make him sweat. Normally it's a Make Mike sweat. Now it's Make Stu sweat, but for whatever goofy reason they made it Make Sweat Stew. We love Stu, yes we do. Yes we do. Stu's good people. Alright, so it looks like we're on the I won't say airway, we're on the course that we want to fly off the VOR finally. And 255.
2,200 for 3,000.
Looks like we're maybe a degree off. Okay, there we are. Looks like maybe a little bit of a right-hand wind correction. And then if we want to... Good Fixins wants to put in a request for the artwork. Go ahead, Good Fixins.
Whiskey Zulu November is...
Oh, so Athens, Ohio has a famous Big Mama's Burritos.
Greensburg.
So I need to be chowing down on one.
500 for VFR to Bowman Field, looking for flight following.
Foxtrot Whiskey Zulu November, your radar contact, Mark 3002, a global altimeter 3004.
3002 on the squawk and to the altimeter again for Whiskey Zulu November.
The global altimeter 3004.
3004 on the altimeter, Whiskey Zulu November, thanks.
Thunderfly 1595, Chicago's offline. Radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
To the west of Frontier Flight.
Good Fixins, we're working on that.
And remember, Mike Tango, remain southwest of runway
we're just coming up on 15 miles prior to the VOR. So I am going to go ahead and drop it into descent power here.
Negative, we're going to do a run up really fast here, but it's 5 o'clock.
Say 19 and 19.
Affirmative, we'll need flight following.
1486, Outer Squawk, 4522.
4522.
Yeah, just about 1,000 feet per minute descent.
357. Runway 05 right, clear to land.
Okay, number 028 Fox, going around to keep the tires clean from the grass at the other runway.
Trade Trick Fox, rather sounds good to me. Make right traffic, runway 05 right, clear to land.
Right traffic 05 right, clear to land, runway 032 Fox.
America 54, Chicago's offline, radar service terminated, frequency.
I think Stu is sweating.
We already got a comp for American 54 ready.
5 Papa, 1330 with 5, runway 23.
If you want to see what happened with that, twitch.tv/N80334 Fox, so you get to play that back.
American 2903, Indy Center, welcome. FedEx 111 KC Center's offline. Radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Okay, and we are now receiving the NDB, so we're just going to fly straight to that. Yeah, there we go. Thank you for the relink there, good fixins, in case you guys want to go check out what happened there.
4 Whiskey Tango, center maintain 14,000. The
so 19 and 19 on the
3005.
Power setting.
14,000.
Slowly enrich the mix as we descend.
Via the Sargo 5 arrival, landing north, the Cincinnati.
When we get 37 miles from the VOR, that's when we want to be down at 3,000. So when we get to 6,000, we got 3,000 to go.
Indianapolis Center, Manassas, 5 Echo Foxtrot, we're holding short of 32.
And so that means 10 miles to go. So that means we should be at 27 miles. So we're ahead of the game. We can shallow the descent a little bit. Manifold down to 19.
3 Sierra Charlie, you got anything for me?
3 Sierra Charlie. Descend maintain 3,000, turn right, heading 060, expect visual 24.
So what we'll do, when we get released to advisories, I'm going to transmit and receive off of COM2, but we'll still monitor the frequency on COM1 just so we can hear the antics. Okay, so 6,000 to 3,000, we need about 10.5 miles, and we're ahead of the game, because that's going to put us at 2032, and that'll put us 5 miles ahead, so I'm going to shallow the descent a little bit here. I'm basically aiming to be leveled by the NDB.
Level 7,000 direct prison. You sweating yet?
Slightly.
Love the honesty.
And who was that calling again, sir?
7 Sierra Foxtrot, level 7,000 direct prison.
Number 7 Sierra Foxtrot, New Center, welcome.
And Indy Sarah, 1496 is ready for taxi.
Alright, so manifold down to 19, RPM still at 19, we're slowly enriching the mix as we descend.
Runway 35, taxi via Alpha Cross 24.
Alpha Cross runway 24 for runway 35, 1496.
And
Number 24 Kilo, proceed direct house and confirm your...
Correcting to get back onto the course, but we're not on a specific airway, so it doesn't really matter where we are in relation to that radial, as long as we're roughly direct to the NDB.
7,000.
And then when we get close to the airport...
Yeah, let's make it easy for you. Can we get a runway 36 right, ILS 36 right, back to transition?
649,
So should we wait till Stu releases us to advisors, or should we just go ahead and cancel our IFR here? Depends on how nice we want to be.
36 right.
Yes, 36
Let's make Stu do it.
Indy Center, Falcon November 114 was caught on the ground in Charleston, requesting IFR clearance to Indianapolis.
There's another familiar voice on the channel.
And number 4 Whiskey Papa, Indy Center, go to Indianapolis Airport, as filed. Maintain 4,000, depart to the frequency squawk 4223, request squawk only.
4223, 14 Papa.
Whiskey Papa, read back correct.
And we want to be at 3,000 by the time we're 37 miles out from the...
2374, Indy Center, welcome. Number 32 Fox, to the right,
okay, here's our ILS, but we know we're going to do a left down with the runway 7, so we don't really need the ILS.
Indianapolis Center, Blue Streak 5105 at Louisville with Alpha, ready for taxi.
Trisha Fox, did you want to go to the north ramp?
I would like a taxi for a re-departure to the north.
32 Fox, runway 05 right, taxi via Bravo Delta.
Okay, I changed my mind. I'm going to be nice to Stu.
So I got your 5510, taxi park in this frequency.
Taxi park in this frequency, thanks for the cut time.
Indy Center, Blue Streak 5105 with Alpha, ready for taxi on the ground at Louisville.
November 3 Sierra Charlie, turn left direct Bowman Field.
Left direct Bowman Field, 3 Sierra Charlie.
When we get an opportunity, we'll cancel our IFR.
105 in the center. Runway 35 left, taxi via Mike Golf Bravo across from a 29er.
Mike Golf Bravo, cross runway 11. No, Blue Street 5105.
Number 11 Sierra, the Parkersburg altimeter 3003.
03, thank you. 110.
Center 514 Delta Victor, cancel IFR.
Blue Victor, for cancellation received. Have a good day.
Indianapolis Center, up and in, flight of Foxtrot.
Okay, so we're squawking 1200. We're going to monitor Stu's frequency, but we're now going to transmit and receive on the advisory frequency for University.
Thanks, 5 o'clock.
Still going to keep it down. 19 and 19.
Indy setting at 1193, flight level 317, climbing 380.
Descending to 3000. We'll keep it there. At 37 miles, we should be passing the NDB. And that might be our airport there. I would guess that it is. So let's swing up to the downwind side, the left downwind side. So we're about 10 miles. University traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is about 10 miles north and east. We're going to level it at 3,000, 2,800 and our left downwind for runway 7, full stop, University. Okay, 2,800 is roughly...
And November...
roughly pattern altitude. You guys can start putting in some predictions as far as the descent rate upon touchdown. No bot command necessary, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know you mean a descent rate either way.
Good evening, Delta 201, flight level 320, climbing flight level 320.
And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle, which will next be pulled 1 week from today, 29th of July.
2779 Indy Center, radar cat, thanks, welcome. Never.
And it'll be a right hand turn off if we go make it down successfully.
Approach 127.35.
So there's our downwind.
35 forward, Tango, good night.
Let's get back up to... It's approximately 800.
Thank you, sir, but
so
we'll, 5 o'clock.
Oh, it's approximately 800. We should be at 1,800, not 2,800. And another 1,000 feet to lose.
Runway 24, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 24, Thursday, Charlie.
Okay, we're descending into the pattern prior to entering the pattern. Not ideal, but we're not quite in the pattern, so I guess it's okay. Yeah, that was a bit of a miss, huh?
And November 7 Sierra Fox on mobile altimeter 3004.
3004, 7 Sierra Fox.
Start spinning the props up faster, so that will help us get the speed under control. Swing the downwind out just a little bit wider. Okay, 2,400 on the RPMs. As soon as we level out, that speed will start bleeding off. We'll be able to get drag deployed and so forth.
Indy Center, Honda 420 South Sierra is with you, level 400 with CP
Okay, fuel pump, come on. There's pattern altitude.
And remember, 0 Hotel Sierra, Indy Center, welcome.
150, we'll go ahead and get gear. That'll help us get the speed under control as well.
3004, enter right base, runway 24.
Right base for runway 24, Charlie Foxtrot.
Keep it at 1,800. Okay.
Zulu information.
White arc, we can get the first notch of flaps in.
Runway 36 center approach, Vector.
Alright, Vector, I have a 36 center approach, and we have information Yankee in a sweep.
Okay, keeping it about, we're 1,900, so we're a little bit high for the pattern. Let's drop 100 feet here.
1486, change my frequency.
And remember, we're monitoring Stu's frequency, but we're transmitting on the advisory frequency. University traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is now entering that left downwind, 1,900 for runway 7. Stop. University.
What are your intentions on the go?
We would like to just proceed north of the
And we got the first notch of flaps in.
And remember, train 35.
Mix and props are full.
4 encore sparks are approved. Runway 05 right, clear for takeoff.
05 right, clear for takeoff. November 823 Foxtrot.
Still kind of tight on the downwind here. Swinging out just a touch wider, and there's nobody around.
Alright, clear land 25 right, units got you flat.
Make the midfield call here in just a second. Okay, getting down to 1800. Keep it no slower than 100 at this point. University traffic, Comanche 514 out to Victor's left downwind midfield now, runway 7, full stop, University.
And November 4, Whiskey Papa. Wind's currently 330.
Second notch flaps in.
What would you prefer?
And then as we turn base and final, we get the final notch flaps in. Let's try and remember, as with every airplane that I fly, I need to remember not to pull the nose up too high on final. Overflare in just about every aircraft I fly these days, and that's why the land. That's one of the reasons why the landings have been so successful. Okay, so when we turn in, we see the highway. We're going to turn just on the other side of the highway. That'll be a good reference for us. University traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's left downwind to left base, runway 7, full stop. University. Okay, fuel pump is on. Okay, yeah, we're a little tight in. Let's turn, let's quickly level. Let's do a check for any traffic coming in straight in. Don't see any. University traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's left base to final now, runway 7, full stop, University. Okay, flaps full, set, and checked. Gears down in green. Turned it in a little bit short, so we got a little excess altitude to load off. Basically at a power off glide. We might need to add in a little bit of power once we get back onto the glide slope. Not too much of a crosswind, doesn't look like.
Yeah, it is. By Alpha to the fuel box first.
Okay, we don't want to get the speed too low. There's one red. A little bit of power back in to keep 80 and out final. A little bit of a displaced threshold. Slight crab over to the right. A little bit of left rudder in and some right aileron to correct. Okay. And then let's not pull the nose up too high here. Ooh, I was very happy with that overall. A little bit. We had a little bit of a crab angle, obviously, because the plane darted over to the left as soon as we got on the wheels. Overall, though, I think we did pretty good. So crab angle, I bet you is going to ding us on in terms of the scoring. Everything else, I think I was very happy with. And we already canceled our IFR. We canceled our IFR in the air during the descent, so nothing that we need to do. We'll report clear on the advisory frequency. Shouldn't really start cleaning up the aircraft until you're fully past the whole short bar, but we'll get the flaps stowed. There we go. Strobe, landing lights off, pitot heat, fuel pump off. Let's go straight. Like we got marshalers waiting for us. Marshal, marshal, marshal. We can lean the mix out right to the point where the RPM starts to drop. There we are. University traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is clear, runway 7, University. Okay, still getting used to the new rudder pedals here. All right, we are down. RPMs to 100, 1,000 rather. Clean the mix right to the point where they start to drop. Strobes off, landing lights off, pitot and fuel pump off, and flaps were stowed. And yeah. All of a sudden I can't hear Stu at all. I can't imagine his frequency has gone dead. I imagine we're just too low to be receiving it. Oh, so yeah, ISOCal says a very nice light. Yeah, you're quite welcome. Appreciate that. Let's take a peek at the flight time and fuel predictions for leg number 1, and then we'll take a peek at your descent rate predictions as well. So I had said 937, so we're plus 11 here on the arrival, but I think we were about plus 5 on the departure. So flight time was just a little bit longer than we predicted, but not too bad. And then let's see how we did in terms of 209 pounds of fuel remaining. What's 209 in terms of gallons? So 35 gallons, and then if we divide that by 2, it should be 17.5 per tank here. Yeah, I would say fuel consumption is right on. All right, and then let's take a peek at the stats. So I do think there was a little bit of a crab angle that I still think I'm lining up poorly. I think I'm still lining up to the cowl, the apex of the cowl, where I should be lining up to this space by the rivet. I think I always forget that. Everything else, though, in terms of the landing, I feel like I definitely did not over-pitch the flare this time. I think I did much better on that. Let's, well, that's the whole lap. Let me do the... Yeah, so it scored me a 96 out of 100. Crab angle was the only thing at crab and center line were the only things it really kind of dinged me for. Vertical speed on the touchdown was 86. I was very happy with that. Yeah, so we can't hear Stu at all, but we can occasionally hear aircraft that are somewhat near us. Yeah, so we did have a slight left crab angle that I think was just the visual parallax that I'm screwing up and how I align it. And then as soon as the wheels touched, you notice that the crab angle goes away and the aircraft starts veering to the left. So that's the way that works. The aircraft is not pointed straight down the runway, so as soon as the wheels get down, that rubber makes you veer off into the direction you're crabbing. So that's the way that works. The G-force we have to kind of take with a grain of salt because there's something about the external flight model that AccuSim, aka A2A Simulations, flight model runs, and it messes up the G calculation. We saw that same issue with the other stats plugin that we were using. But yeah, nice smooth descent and a nice smooth flare. Didn't rise at all again. Yeah, so overall very happy with it. And so the number that you guys were predicting was 86. So we'll see how you guys did. We had predictions of 60. We had 88 from ELW. Oh my gosh, this came down to a 1-point difference. ELW came in with the 88, which is ever so close, only 2 away.
88 miles per hour!
But it doesn't matter. If the Price is Right rule, it doesn't matter. Because Bed Dave came in with the 85, which was only 1 away. So he was 1 away. He was also 1 away without going over. But that part doesn't matter. He was 1 away, so Bed Dave does take the win there. So ELW kind of got just barely edged out there.
6,000 and 3004 for 82 Papa Go.
There you go. Pretty closely fought competition on that one. And most of you guys were in that correct ballpark. You guys were kind of anticipating that I would have this one more or less well dialed in, which I did. Thankfully, I delivered on that for you. So yeah, 60, 88, 73, 85, 75, 70, and 81 were the guesses. 86 was the actual, 86. Okay, well, as I mentioned before, I do need to take a quick break out of the cockpit for some liquid recycling. So let's give you a nice view of the airport for that purpose. Not sure what direction anyone will be landing because wind is calm here. So we'll take a quick break out of the cockpit, and then let's kind of take a peek at what else is around here, and we'll figure out what we can do for leg number 2 that might give Stu a nice target to look at. Alright, so we'll be back with that in just a bit. Lots of flying left to do, guys. We'll be back with you in just a few moments. Thanks again for hanging out with us on the Slant Alpha Adventure stream, doing some actual Slant Alpha flying tonight as we make sweat stew. Yes, that's what I said. Back in a bit.
Thank you, 110.
on 19.87. Thank you, Papa.
Indianapolis Center, good evening, Vision 73, flight level 240.
Delta 201 second.
Indy Center, good evening. Chemtrail 2 is with you, flight level 340.
All right, friends, back with you. Thanks for your patience, and welcome back to one of our Slant Alpha adventures. Truly Slant Alpha today for the first time in a long time. And in fact, excuse me, not only are we Slant Alpha proper when we're in this aircraft, but we actually flew an IFR route with VOR navigation in this aircraft, which we haven't done in a long time. Mostly when we're in this aircraft recently, we fly VFR. As a matter of fact, we've got a lot of stuff that's going to end up coming up in September, where we've got the Boston Virtual ARTCC Wings Over New England's re-release. We're going to go through that program again on stream. We've got ZNY Flight Quest challenges, which many of which are VFR. As a matter of fact, all of the America 251s are VFR flights. So we got a lot of VFR flying that we'd like to do and want to do. We've got our River Run series up in the Yukon River that we're going to try and make progress on. So lots and lots of VFR flying that we like to do in this aircraft. This is kind of our go-to aircraft for single-engine piston VFR flying, but it is nice to do a little,
yeah, we're able to get
little IFR flying in this aircraft too when the time calls for it, and so happy to do that today.
Clear direct haggle, gives 4 arrivals, 4 spot. We
are participating in a virtual USA Flying Club event. Now, normally, what happens once in a while in the club is they put together an event called Make Mike Sweat. Mike is the founder of the club, and he is a controller within the New York ARTCC on VATSIM, and he'll choose a Class Delta tower and just invite the club members, come one, come all, of which there are like 900 some odd, although there's anywhere between a dozen and 3 dozen active ones at any given event. But so Mike will come, say, come one, come all to whatever Class Delta tower I'm working for the night. We'll call it Make Mike Sweat. Well, our friend Stu222 is doing Make Stu Sweat, although he's doing Make Sweat Stew. I don't know. Who knows why they decided to make Sweat Stew instead of Make Stew Sweat, but he's, instead of doing a Class Delta tower, he's doing the entirety of the Indianapolis ARTCC. He's working center, top down, the entire sector. Now, the event officially ended 4 minutes ago, but I know Stu tends to stay on, and I've got the stream quality down because my wife's watching TV and I'm outbound streaming, so I'm trying to keep the bandwidth down a little bit by keeping his incoming stream at a lower bitrate, lower resolution. So I apologize for that. But he's still on, and he's still got lots of traffic, so I don't know if he's going to stay on much longer. He typically streams for 5 or 6 hours at a time, working center, so I expect he'll still be on, even though the event officially said it was going until 10. But let's figure out what we're going to do, guys. We flew into Athens, Ohio University Airport. Maybe let's just VFR ourselves. We'll VFR ourselves over to the Bravo here, or VFR ourselves up to the Charlie. Let's do that. Let's go from Ohio University to Ohio State University. As a matter of fact, instead of going into Columbus Airport, let's go into OSU Airport. So we'll go from, we got the rate coming in from Victor 4288. Thank you very kindly for that. So let's go, let's do Ohio University to Ohio State University Airport. That'll be our lecture. That'll be a fun thing to do. Okay, UNI to KOSU. I hadn't even thought of it as a theme as I started the evening, but hey, it works. And so this is non-towered. What's the best way to visually navigate this? Will we be able to find this highway? Well, we're already right alongside this highway, so that'll be easy enough. Straight out and join the highway. The highway will swing up to the city of Athens, and then it'll bend to the north and west, and hopefully we'll be able to follow that all the way up into the vicinity of the Charlie, and then instead of trying to dodge this Delta, work under the shelf, whatever else we would want to do, we'll just see if we can get permission. Once we get right around this Fairfield County airport, and we'll see if we can get permission to transit the Charlie from the southeast to the northwest, and then we'll land at OSU.
Request the visual approach runway 27 left at Ohio State and 3007 on the outside.
Somebody else is landing at Ohio State. We're going to make a theme night out of it. Speaking of which, guys, we've got our Slant Artwork Adventure. Our Slant Artwork Adventure is a collaborative project that we feed into ChatGPT to have it make an image for us that is relevant to the night's stream. And so we've got, and I haven't shown the results of this one yet because we added the burrito, the Big Mama's, I guess is what it's called. Oh yeah, we got the bag right there, Big Mama's Burritos. No idea if that's the correct logo or not. But since we're making sweat stew, we're making some stew. And we got the Big Mama's Burritos right there. And I got the stirring with one hand. We got it on a table now. That's going to make holding that pot. And so I was holding that with my wrist, just like that. That's not too bad. I mean, if I had fingers bracing the side, if it wasn't too hot, that wouldn't have been too bad to do. But now we got the pot on the table where I can stir it, and we got the burrito there. So anything you'd like to add to this image or modify about this image, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, and then that will put you in the queue to add to or modify that image. And we try to do incrementally, one item at a time, one modification at a time, but that's how we get in on that. ELW124 wants to add something to it. Let's go ahead and get to that real quick before we get airborne. So let me know, what would you like to do, sir? Well, Mad Noob says we need the pups, so yeah, if you want to put in a request for that, you can do that, Mad Noob. And then ELW, you can let me know what you would like to do. In the meantime, let's get an updated METAR here at KUNI. Still calm, so we'll just depart out on runway 7. Altimeter 3006. Let's go ahead and make sure we've got that set. Okay, so 3006, field elevation was a shade below 800, we said. Charted as 760 something, 766. Yep, that appears to be pretty close to what we're showing. We need to add a Nittany Lion mascot, ELW. Okay, and we're parked at 330, so let's correct that. So we're going to take off on runway 7, and then our on course, well, I mean, the immediate on course is going to be pretty much a straight out to follow that highway. So 052, maybe a slight left off the runway. So we'll just mark it as a 050 as our on-course departure. Alright, we got all that set, so we can go ahead and set the flaps for departure and set the trim for departure. So Mad Noob, yeah, so I had canceled your earlier request if you want to go ahead and submit that again. So it didn't deduct your channel points earlier. But you can go ahead and put that back in.
I'm unable. VATSIM has given me another.
It's a shame we can't hear Stu's sides to this interaction. Alright, so we're working on the two requests, right? Not like I don't have enough. Yeah, I know. But since you decided not to put a request in earlier, I didn't want to take your points away for that. And then forget that I owed those to you, so just canceled it earlier. Alright, let's taxi out to our left and depart out to our right, and then straight out to join the highway.
Pilot discretion, maintain 3000, Thailand 11.
And again, we are monitoring the center frequency just to know what's going on Stu's channel to some extent. But we are transmitting and receiving on 123.075 here on COM 2. So monitoring both, but transmitting and receiving on COM 2. And 23075 is the Common Traffic Advisory frequency here at University Airport. University traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's taxiing out to runway 7 for a VFR straight out northeastbound departure to University. Okay, so we've put everybody on advisory that we're about to use a runway here. We do want to do a run-up also, since we were parked here idling during the intermission. The pups have their little bowls of stew, and the Nittany Lion watching disapprovingly. That's good, that's good. I'll bring that back on the screen in just a moment. Hold on one second, guys. So yeah, we got the pups with their little bowls of stew. And Maz on the right looking very disconcerted about the fact that that lion is watching in the background. Yeah, it did that one nicely. That one worked out okay. Alright, we will do a run-up down at the end like I mentioned. So we're departing from a non-towered field. We're not in any Bravo, Charlie, or Delta airspace, so we don't need to talk to any air traffic controller. We can optionally pick up flight following once we are airborne, which we will attempt to do. If he's not too busy. If he is too busy, then we'll hold off talking to him until we get closer to that Class Charlie airspace. And then we'll just make sure that we request... You know, we're not supposed to enter that Class Charlie airspace until we're talking in two-way communication with somebody. So we'll make sure that we're in two-way communication with him, meaning that he's answered us by call sign prior to us entering that Charlie airspace around Columbus. Alright, so here we are at the hold short for runway 7. Let's leave the mixed lean for now, but I'm going to run the engine up to 2,000 RPM. Oh, I forgot to do a carb heat check the first time. We'll check the prop lever. Running it at high power and lean mix also clears off those plug tips if you did collect any carbon deposits while you were idling there on the ramp. Okay, now we'll go full rich. Readjust to 2,000. Let's check the carb heat, make sure that, yeah, we do see a loss in RPMs with that as well. And then let's go ahead and do our mag check. Left side only. Loss of about 100, we're good. Back to both. And then right side only, loss of only about 100, we're good. Okay, everything's looking good. University traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's departing runway 7. It'll be VFR straight out northeastbound University. Okay, strobe lights as we enter the runway. Landing lights as we are getting ready to take off. Get the pitot heat on and fuel pump on. And then we'll set the takeoff power. And rotate about 80 miles an hour. Well, Mad Noob's watching the night show, the night air show at AirVenture now. Nice. Alright, a little bit of right rudder as we add takeoff power. Now we're racing that truck over on the highway, see the little box truck over on the left-hand side. Kind of giving him a little run for his money there. 80. Rotate. Accelerate to 105. Ah, you'll never catch us now. Okay, we're going to leave the gear out until we're certain that we're not going to return to that pavement. Did we win? I think we did. Alright, gear can come up. Flaps can come in, fuel pump can come off. University traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, clear of runway 7, leaving the area to the northeast. University. Alright, and we'll go ahead and...
Indy Center, Northwest 1821, climbing flight level 321 on the Berry direct sinker.
Northwest 1821 Indy.
Yeah, as soon as we're airborne now, you know, a little bit of terrain down low, but as soon as we're up above that terrain, we can hear Stu nice and loud and clear. So that terrain occlusion
Descend via the
seems like it's working very, very well, at least it is in this case. We can go ahead and get the RPMs off the red line. I guess we should have done that.
November 0 Hotel Sierra descent pilots discretion, maintain level 2.
Oh, there you go. EAA.org/airmancer/. You can put the actual link in there, Mad Noob, if you like. no prohibition against doing that. I trust you guys.
Number 7 Sierra Foxtrot, the Dayton altimeter 3009, or do you have a runway preference?
I trust you guys. Just don't say viewers and don't say Steelers.
Number 7 Sierra Foxtrot. Roger, inbound discretion maintain 3000.
Discretion down to trees. 7 Sierra Fox.
Don't make me add words, good fixins. I'll do
I
it.
think it's an RNAV to that runway.
Might as well take the RNAV for 7 Sierra Fox.
Alright, we'll level off at...
Sierra Foxtrot, clear to direct to alias, cross alias at or above 3000. And at
we'll level off at 25 for now.
Alright, clear direct alias.
Let's take it to 45.
Clear for the RNAV 6 right.
Let's take it to 45. I changed my mind. We'll be able to see the highway better at 45.
Alright, number 6.
And we got airborne at about 20 after, a little before 20 after.
Let's do a little bit of a spice. Can we do 36 right circle 27?
For 6 Delta Zulu, flight heading 160.
160, 6 Delta Zulu.
Okay, I'm kind of following this highway, and then after the town here, I got to see if that's where our highway turns, or if we need to follow this out here to the north and east.
1 Sierra, OSU Airport, 12 o'clock, 900 miles, we're going to get inside.
Airport site for Skylane 11 Sierra.
11 Sierra, cleared, visual approach, runway 27 left.
Yeah, Mad News is right. If you couldn't have figured it out from there, then God help you, right? No, I hear you, man. I hear you. I'm just saying that if you want to post a link on this channel, you're more than welcome to do that. I mean, don't go wild if you abuse it.
I realized that I did turn the wrong way, but I didn't feel like changing it.
I'll act accordingly, but for the most part, I'm blessed, and I think it's part of just the vibe of the channel, plus the subject matter of the channel. I guess I attract a certain type of person. But the moderation needs on this channel have been extremely, extremely low in the 8 years that we've run this channel, and I cherish that.
Indianapolis Center, WestJet 2033, flight level 350.
T-minus 5876.
So I think this is the town of Athens here. So yeah, there is a highway that runs out to the north and east, but this is where we want to turn and start going north and west on approximately a 325. So that lines up with what we're seeing here. So I assume that's that way. Okay, now we're blowing through 4,500.
24 kilo, and thanks a lot. Great job.
Manifold pressure, we can get back up to 24.
06 here, gentlemen, should be fine. Center King Air 6755 Papa Charlie at 11,000.
Air 5 Papa Charlie, Indy Center, Louisville altimeter 3006.
06.
Oh, Mad Noob, there's a link to listen to the ATC there too? Cool. Yeah, you can post that link too.
You're 7 miles from Blade.
I'm trying to get down to 4,500. And the speed's coming up as well, so we can go ahead and drop to cruise power, so 22 and 22.
Alright, is there anyone I'm currently forgetting?
No, Center, but I've got a question for you through Sierra Charlie.
Yes, sir, Charlie, go ahead.
What runway should I expect to CMH?
Whichever one you want, really, but cross Jimmer at and maintain flight level 240.
Alright, cross Jimmer at 240, and I'll take 10 left for 3 Sierra Charlie.
Okay, so we're
wind 3606, runway 4, clear to land.
trying to get trimmed back down to 4,500. 22, 22, and 14 on the engine. A little bit hazy to the left there. That's mostly because of sun glare. Visibility looks pretty good in this area, actually. Yeah, so Mad Noob says I can't be there in person, so might as well get in as much as I can, right? But it's cool, you know, as much as the internet era comes fraught with its pitfalls, the fact that you can find almost anything streamed live online anymore is certainly a blessing in certain contexts.
When entering controlled airspace, fly heading 270.
I wouldn't exist otherwise.
Off by 0230, and off by 0230, advises frequency of intention, free getting debriefed.
270 on departure, run in controlled, and then we'll go back to you for 4 Tango Bravo.
Control 2 to send pilot discretion, maintain flight.
It's still putting down just a tiny little bit down trim to get back to 4,500. We got 200 extra. We got 200 bonus feet, as I like to say, or 180 bonus feet now. So we'll give that back here gradually.
Descend to 230, chemtrail 2.
RPMs right there at
send pilot discretion, maintain 14,000. The Louisville
22. Manifold 22. And mixture leans to right where we're burning 14 gallons of fuel per hour.
405, we're holding for release.
Center 405 and center roger, hold for release.
Alright, so there we are, 4,500. And let's see if I can put a new point in to represent our current position.
110, 27 left, go to land.
Cleared to land.
Alright, who else called?
Okay, descending to 2328 with you, flight level 3.
I'm not sure if that little lake
Yeah,
is
2328,
big enough to be represented on the chart.
Someone that was not the United called?
Yeah, I mean, I know we're
Papa, do you have an early request?
somewhere around there, but that's a vague approximation. So 58 miles to destination there. This is where the highway runs up a little bit north of the town.
Information India on board, Force Papa.
Roger.
Indy Center, American 2000 with you, flight level 3.
So that might be Nelsonville.
Indy Center, welcome.
Doesn't look exactly like I expect it should. Road in the town. Oh, and the river at Nelsonville runs a little bit north of the town.
6 right, clear to land.
6 right, clear to land. 7 Sierra Fox.
So yeah, I don't think we're quite at Nelsonville. I think Nelsonville might be the next settlement up the way here. We'll see.
They're over 6-10 Pop Charlie, got the Nether and Wodoms at Madison Municipal, 6 visual.
You got the Nether and the Wodoms, eh?
And remember 50.
That's almost like me manipulating my throat and yodel.
Roger, send pilot discretion, maintain 4,000.
PD 4000, 5 Pop Charlie.
Alright, there was, I think, a United calling. Who was that?
Speaker 405, can we get ETA on that release?
405, once the airspace is cleared.
Alright, so let's
Or 6 Delta Zulu, flighting 190.
nudge
Heading
the
190, 6 Delta Zulu.
3 Charlie, or 3 Sierra Charlie, descend via the jacket 2.
nudge the heading. Okay, we're steering a 310 exactly. This says we're steering a 305, so let's update.
Yeah, 721, ramp tires closed, at your discretion.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that we're in the vicinity of this Nelsonville.
South, 3007. Fort Tango Bravo, you on frequency?
We're just descending below 4,500 now.
Number 4 Tango Bravo, IDAT.
IDAT 4 Tango Bravo.
Just to be sure.
7876, taxi straight to Bergen. Have a good day.
What nav aids do we have that we can use to verify our
We're taking off the
position?
radar contact 6 miles west, Bolton Field, climb and maintain 5,000, proceed on course.
5,000 on course for
Not a lot in this area, wow.
Air 405, you're released for departure. Wind engine controlled airspace.
109.1
Clearance void.
is an ILS with DME. Or ILS, I don't know that it has DME. I guess I'd have to look at the chart and see if it's got DME, but we can try it.
5405, we'll fly heading 270.
109.1. Okay, not receiving anything on it yet. Okay, so we got the highway, and then pretty substantial town, and then an L-shaped lake to the left.
We're on frequency, and we're at flight
So I
level
think
359.
we've got a
Roger, walk forward.
pretty good visual reference there.
American 3015 to
Oh, we might be at the town of Logan here.
300 for 315.
44 miles to our destination.
Delta Zulu, fly heading 290.
We're gonna go 290 on the 6000.
And November 900, 3 Sierra Charlie, descend via the jackets to
So I would call 40 miles south and east.
10 left, the Columbus altimeter 3007.
Add that as a waypoint. 35 miles south and east of Ohio, or of Columbus Airport.
Request flight level 260, experiencing massive headwind here.
Vision 73, climb and maintain flight level 260.
Climb and maintain 260, Vision 73.
For 6 Delta Zulu, fly heading 340, join the runway 36 right localizer.
340, 36 right localizer, we will join that. We do have a few on the side in 6000.
FedEx 615, descend via the Gibbs 4 arrival, landing northeast, the India altimeter 3009.
He still seems pretty busy. I'll see if I can sneak in at VFR request if he gets a moment to breathe. Center 514 Delta Victor VFR request.
Delta Victor, Indy Center.
We're about 35 miles southeast of Columbus Airport, looking for flight following to OSU if available. We're at 4,500.
4 Delta Victor, Indy Center, squawk 5511, maintain VFR.
5511, maintained VFR, and we are a Papa Alpha 24 slant Alpha.
Fort Delta Victor, radar contact 28 miles southeast of the Rickenbacker Airport, Columbus altimeter 3007.
Position checks 3007 514 Delta Victor.
Number 6 Delta Zulu.
Yep, that's about right. That math works out.
From Lapper. Maintain 3,000.
That math works out. Softball Brian is at the follow. Brian, welcome. Good to see you.
Alright, we're clear the ILS 36, right approach, circling.
Matt Noob says Matt Yunkin is in his glider now. Who knew a glider could do that? Yeah, he's watching the EAA.org AirVenture Air Show, evening air show. For those of you who want to partake. Jet Pilot sent him in this year. We got the follow from Softball Brian. We got the check in there from Jet Pilot Cinnamon. We are enjoying the event, of course we are. Zadel and Fine is with us as well. JPC has put the link to the flying club in the chat there.
Right, FBO we're going to is on the right side.
Organizers of tonight's event, and thank you so kindly for it as always.
Right on Juliet, exit straight to
The
park.
beauty of having flight following, guys, is we are now in two-way communication with air traffic control. That means we are authorized to enter this Charlie airspace. So we're good. We're going to continue following this highway. We got a nice little right-hand bend, and when we get over top of this Lancaster airport, I'm sorry, in Pennsylvania that would be Lancaster. In Ohio that could be Lancaster. I don't know.
Air 405, India, again frequency.
2.05, I'm here.
And 405, instruction was maintained 3,000. Remember that next time, ident, please.
My apologies, I thought you said 5,000, identing now.
Alright, so let's see if we see the road kind of break off into
Indy
2
Center,
here.
November 3 Sierra Charlie radio.
See if we can corroborate that feature.
Don't know what happened there.
Yeah,
but
okay, so there we are. We're right over top of that.
Number 405 radar contact 7 miles west of Bolton Field. Climb and maintain 15,000.
15,000, 1104. 32405, sorry.
And number 405, turn left direct to University and DB.
Left direct University, 32405.
Alright, we might, in order to maintain VFR here, we
maintain 14,000. The local
might need to drop
3006.
1,000 feet.
Crescent 14, 14,000 for 0 till
So what's the ground elevation here?
Zulu, circle east of the field. The wind 3406 from a 27 clear to land.
Circle east of the field.
Okay, so there wasn't map. There you go.
Levy.
And center will be right back.
In order to maintain VFR, it looks like we are...
Unable.
Yeah.
Unable. Vector, Victor.
Roger, Dodger.
Meow.
So here we go.
Meow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so we got 19 and 19. I'm dropping some altitude just because in order to maintain VFR, we're going to need to get below these cloud bases here. Now, which of these two highways do I need to follow? Does it matter? Do they merge back up on the other side? Yeah, so this is just like a bypass or something, so we can follow either. So, normally you would say, you know, if you're VFR westbound, you would want to be at an even number 1,000 plus 500 feet. So below 4,500, you would think you want to drop to 2,500. But once you're within 3,000 feet of the ground, you can kind of be at whatever altitude you want to be. Ground elevation here seems to be around 800 based on what I'm looking at charts. So if we're below 3,800, then we're fine. So we'll go ahead and level it at 3,500. Again, that seems like a VFR eastbound altitude, 3,500. But within 3,000 of the ground, you can go wherever you'd like to go. Matter of fact, because 3,500 is typically an eastbound altitude, I'm gonna go ahead and take it to 3,300. So there was still some kind of antics going on the frequency over there, so I dropped it out of the stream, but Stu's back, so we'll bring that back in. So just for a little added safety against any traffic opposite direction that might be at 3,500 of VFR eastbound, I'm going to do 3,300 VFR westbound. Just to stay below the cloud bases here. And we'll say 32. I will say 3,000 even. It does look like we're right over top of that Lancaster airport, though. I'll pronounce it the Pennsylvania way, just on a whim. So that helps us keep track. We're let's get Columbus out of, since
We're Tango Bravo Indy.
224 Tango Bravo.
Yeah, so we're 27 miles from our destination.
Via Civic.
And let's level it at 3 now.
Where are you parking?
Nowhere because we're dead. I'm going to disconnect.
Good night.
Yeah, I kind of wing strike and then slammed and then turned over.
You don't have time for stories, dude.
It'll buff. Scrub it up. Oh, no. We're just going to give her a wash. She'll be fine.
Number 4 Tango Bravo, clear direction.
22, 22, and 14.
Tango Bravo.
American 960, Indigo frequency.
Yeah, it sounded like it wasn't ideal.
Center November 32405.
32405, Andy.
32405, can we also get the RNAV 7 with Cimex?
Okay, so when this road kind of merges back, I'm going to stay. So 3000 puts us right on top of the delta there. I'm going to just stay to the right of that highway, just to stay east of the delta. However, we are going to be entering the Class Charlie airspace there up ahead. And we've already got permission to do that by virtue of the fact that we are in two-way communication with the controller. Now, if he needs us to do anything in that airspace, he will let us know. Otherwise, I need to start setting up what my plan is, my arrival plan at OSU. Let's get a METAR observation there first.
Delta 99 to 70 to center, maintain flight level 300.
3604, so we're very light wind coming from the north. 10 statute miles are clear, 3008.
Alright, sorry, who wanted a clearance?
So we'll go ahead and set 3008 in the altimeter. There. Trim down ever so slightly to
45 Delta Bravo.
Get back to 3000. We'll make sure we're tracking this highway. The highway's going to turn to the west. So we are basically right there. 22 miles southeast of destination.
4234.
And let's go ahead and right click. Let's get an airport diagram for Ohio State University. Where are we going to park?
And number 5, Delta Bravo, right back, correct, the altimeter 3008.
I mean, runway 5 will be ideal because it's the north, the wind's coming out of the north, but it's a very light wind, so I think we can handle either.
32405, requesting 6000.
This ramp's closed, so let's see if we can request
Pod discretion maintain 6000. The Huntington altimeter
9
3005.
right, and we'll park at the west ramp.
6000, 32405, thank you.
Indy Center Southwest 2144 is climbing through 27,000 for 370.
Okay, there's that highway going to the west.
American 3015, Chicago's closed, radar service terminated, frequency change moved.
Oh, the dark side, badly. I'll see you in the 10 around. American 3015.
Center Southwest 2144, any shortcuts this evening?
2144, clear direct climb.
Direct climb, thank you, Southwest 2144.
Center November 1 pop out from about 4 to the north.
Alright, looks like we're getting near downtown Columbus.
American 960, American
960, sorry about that, we had to restart.
We do have an ILS or localizer 9 right. I'm not going to brief it as a ILS approach. I'm just going to tune it
American 960, Indy Center, roger.
for the guidance, 1085.
119, 23, 23,000, American 9.
And it's a 09 or 2.
Turn right direct Big 10 to center maintain 3000.
Right to direct Big 10, center maintain 3000, Forest Papa.
Does not look like we have any DME with that. We've got the fuller NDB.
But enter right base runway
So 515 is what we'll tune in.
Okay, sir, 30, sorry about that.
Alright, number 4, Tango Bravo, across Cimex at or above 3000 at Cimex. For the RNAV, the straightened RNAV, runway 7 at Ohio University.
3000 Cimex cleared for the RNAV at University. And can we get alternate miss by chance for 4 Tango Bravo?
What kind of miss are you talking?
Any alternate, just throw us back around. We're going to shoot this is the same RNAV again for 4 Tango Bravo.
4 Tango Bravo,
I'm gonna stay north of this highway until it turns west, because we do have the Rickenbacker International to our left. Yeah, we want to stay outside of their delta.
With you for 4 Tango Bravo, we appreciate it.
4 Whiskey Papa at Big 10.
So yeah, we're skirting their delta here just by staying north of that highway. And then after we pass it, I think, well, we gotta be careful. We got another delta over here, so we gotta maybe head straight for the stadium.
Sierra, turn left heading 240, center maintain 3000. Vector Dallas, runway 4.
Left heading 240 down to, what's the altitude again, sorry?
3000.
Down 3000.
Okay, so when that highway turns to the right.
And Delta 9970, contact Cleveland, enter 119.87.
1987, we're Delta 997, good night.
Number 3, Sierra Charlie, the center maintain 3000.
We're gonna want to turn kind of like on a 3.
Charlie. We'll pop off short for 30.
Number 4, Delta Victor, overfly Columbus International northbound, and then proceed towards Ohio State.
Okay, we'll overfly south to north over the international airport, then towards Ohio State, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, that's what he wants us to do.
American 960, climb and maintain level 350.
350. Indeed Center Southwest 4522, flight level 330, hello.
And November 1, Papa Alpha, Roger, make left traffic.
Left traffic, 1 Papa Alpha.
721, the Windsor 340 at 6, RNAV 2 hags from tree 6 right, clear for takeoff.
Okay, so kind of point right at the lake here. We got 2 lakes up ahead. This one here and this one up ahead further to the left, and we're kind of pointed right at this one, so that should take us right over the middle.
1661, Indy Center rotor contact, send via the Colts 2 arrival, landing northeast, the Indy altimeter 3009er.
Send via Colts 2, 3009er, Civic 676.
Number 3 Sierra Charlie, what the ILS of the visual?
I'll take the ILS for 3 Sierra Charlie.
3 Sierra Charlie, roger. Fokker 100, Indy Center, on frequency.
Book 100, radio check.
Fokker 100, you are loud and clear, climb and maintain 13000.
I maintain 13000, gonna need some altitude, okay. It was something, yeah.
Southwest 4522, you on frequency?
Hi, sir.
That's 4522, your radar contact, send via the Sargo 5 arrival. Landing north, the Cincinnati altimeter 3007.
3007, descend via the Sargo 5 arrival, Southwest 4522.
Northwest 1821, Memphis is offline. Radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
And altitude's drifting up a little bit. I'm making a little bit of an addition to the slant artwork adventure for you, and that probably will go ahead and close it up since we're very close to
land 5 right, 14
destination. How far north do we want to go? Yeah,
5 Delta Bravo.
After we...
runway 9 right, taxi via Alpha Cross runway 5.
Almost like if we get... Well, I'll tell you what. We see this highway coming in from the east, we'll just parallel that.
3 Sierra Charlie, fly heading 020 vectors, approach.
020 vectors to the approach, 3 Sierra Charlie.
Gotcha, 721, radar contact the altitude.
Don't know if I see that highway coming in from the east.
And Center United Center 1.
If we get up to the lake, oh, here's, yeah, that's probably it right there.
340, that'll be your final.
Okay, level 340, final, United Center 1.
Field elevation at Ohio University Airport is...
About Alpha Romeo 30, and clear for the option.
900, 906 really, but 900 is round figures.
And November 4, Delta Victor. Proceed about 2 or 3 miles north of the field, then enter a right downwind, runway 9 right at OSU.
You want us north of the field, then a right downwind to the right side?
North of, this is specified, north of Columbus International, and then right downwind at Niner right at OSU.
Gotcha. North of the International by a couple miles, and then a right downwind, Niner right at OSU. 514 Delta Victor. Got it.
32.05, can we get cleared for the approach?
Number 405, got inbound traffic to the airport. Hold at Simex as published. Maintain 6,000, quick further clearance.
Yeah, there we go. So I think.
We'll hold at Simex as published at 6,000, 32.05.
3 Charlie, turn right, heading 0 at 0, draw the 10 left localizer.
0 for the localizer, 10 left.
Okay, I see. Here's the airport here.
4 Tango Bravo, frequent change crew.
So I'm not sure which road. This is the road I'm going to end up riding.
Back 4 Tango Bravo. And 3 Charlie, 5 miles from a crew. Maintain 3,000, still established on the localizer. By the ILS, runway 10 left approach.
Maintain 3,000, still established on the localizer, cleared for the ILS 10 left approach, 3 Charlie.
Number 0, Hotel Sierra, flight heading 270.
270, 020.
Oh, there we are. Okay, so it was that earlier highway I should have turned on to.
Charlie, cancel approach claims, maintain 3,000.
Here we are, right downwind to the right side. We're good now. This is the road I wanted to be following.
1280 for 3 Charlie.
Yeah, you guys, so yeah, Mad News already put his in, that's fine. You guys can start putting in some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment of the wheels after runway surface. No bot command necessary. Or that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you made a descent either way. And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle, next to be pulled 1 week from today, the 29th of July.
Bullshit 2033, contact Cleveland Center, 11 Manor, point 87.
So we're backing the power out, we're spinning the props up faster, help us kind of slow down. Field elevation is 900, if we get to 2,000, that's pretty close to our pattern altitude. Okay.
Go to Cleveland Center.
Bring the power back. Let's level out. So not level out per se, but we can shallow the descent.
4,000,
That'll help us slow down. Once we get to below 150, gear can come out. That will help us slow down.
Number 3, Sierra Charlie, turn left heading 1.
Okay, 24. Fuel pump can come on.
3 Sierra Charlie.
Number 5, Delta Bravo, you ready to go? Okay. Number 5, Delta Bravo, fly runway heading. The wind 3604, runway 9 right, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff. Fly runway heading.
Okay, we're adding some power in. We're going to keep it.
Transporting 9 right is a Learjet, they'll be straight out.
We'll be watching for him. 514 Delta Victor. We got the airport sign.
Indy Center, low, Delta 1490, 15,000 feet, like to get IFR over to Echo Victor Victor.
Stand by. Number 3 Sierra Charlie, flying 120, or 120, John the localizer.
120 for the localizer, 3 Sierra Charlie, sorry about that.
Okay, so let's watch. We got a Learjet departing.
Number 3 Sierra Charlie, 6 miles from crew, maintain 3,000 until established on the localizer.
Don't see them at all.
Runway 10 left approach.
Unless they're already gone.
Maintain 3,000 until established on the localizer, cleared for the ILS, 10 left approach, 3 Sierra Charlie.
Alright, FedEx 1490, Indy Center, quit to Evansville Airport. Via direct Evansville Airport, maintain 14,000.
Yep. Okay. So, yep, traffic in sight, no factor.
And on 1490, those you're requesting the clearance, right?
Flaps are still
Yeah,
up.
I can pick
Yeah,
up our
okay.
IFR that's on file, Delta 1490. We're over Point Faber right now trying to get into Evansville.
Roger, you didn't just get the clearance at Nashville?
Negative. It said, it gave me a squawk and there was no clearance.
Well, that is your clearance. When there's no ATC, it's kind of just assumed you get it automatically.
Okay.
Delta 1490 to center maintain 14,000, the Evansville altimeter 3007.
Alright, so we are starting our base turn.
There are 3 Sierra Charlie, the winds are 360 at 6, runway 10 left clear to
The
land.
traffic that was called was no factor.
Left for 3 Sierra Charlie.
We saw him, so we're going to go ahead and start our base turn. Backing the power down, getting props and mix full. Fuel pump is on. Whoops. Don't mean to be at the third notch of flaps just yet. Second notch of flaps is fine.
Left heading 3605, that's problem.
Center 4 Delta Victor, the winds are 360 at 4, runway 9 right, clear to land.
Little land 9 right, 514 Delta Victor.
Alright, 4 Tango Bravo, you back about frequency?
4 Tango Bravo with you.
4 Tango Bravo, roger, ident.
Okay.
Ident 4 Tango Bravo. Any Center 420 to Sierra, looks like our autopilot went ahead and put us on the localizer. If you want us off course, just let us know.
Their Hotel C Arrow, well, you're not even... Delta fly heading 270, maintain 3,000 vectors, ILS 4.
Roger, I thought you said 36, well, 270 again.
Well, I wrote down 4, I could have said 36, I don't know.
Off to the north rim.
One pop off, Roger, dash to the park at this frequency.
Alright, once again coming in a little bit high.
4 Tango above, radar contact 6 miles south of the University Airport. Stand by. Center 4 Whiskey Papa, taxi to parking via Delta Mike, cross runway 32.
Parking via Delta Mike, cross 32, Force Papa, thanks.
Hey,
Center 5 Delta Bravo, turn to the left, direct Evansville Airport.
Flight's coming back in. Let's get a little bit of power back in to get right to
Any Center Vision
80. Let's make sure we line up with the center line properly this time rather than onto the cowl.
Left direct Evansville, 5 Delta Bravo.
Number 0 Hotel Sierra, center maintain 3,000.
Level 3000, Sierra Sierra.
A little bit of a right to left crosswind here.
Alright, November 405.
And remember not to pull the nose up too high.
Via at Cimex, clear to the RNAV runway 7 approach, cross Cimex at or above 3,000.
Clear for the RNAV 7 approach, Cimex at or above 3,000, 32405.
Number 0 Hotel Sierra, turn right heading 010 to join the runway 4 localizer.
Return 010, join localizer, Sierra.
Number 4 Tango Bravo, what are your intentions?
4 Tango Bravo.
Must have had another crab angle in there.
Just the hold until he's in, and then we'll
once again, touchdown and surge left.
4 Tango Bravo, Roger, climb maintain 4,000.
But other than that, I was overall happy. We did come in a little high and steep again, but I felt like I got it under control. Nice even descent onto the runway. And yeah, just must have just had a little bit of a crab angle to work out there. Did have a slight crosswind this time, but I don't think that was as much of a factor as just me not understanding the parallax in this plane.
Right turn heading 070 to join.
070 to join, looks like.
This is going to be one of those instances where if he doesn't give me taxi instructions, I'm going to just go ahead and assume them. I know that, man, it's real tough to model behavior like, oh, just taxi of your own discretion. But when you've got a center controller working top down and he's this busy. Strobes off, landing lights off, pitot and fuel pump off. Flaps are stowed.
Off of 10 left.
RPM's 1,000.
Foxtrot 3, holding short of Foxtrot. Just gonna taxi straight ahead and park with the rich people, if that's okay.
Charlie, Persia collected. Report to the Victor taxi, parking by Alpha, have a good day.
Parking by Alpha 5 for Delta Victor. There we go.
P9 2328, Chicago's closed, frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved, 2228.
Number 0 Hotel Sierra, contact tower.
So that's all we really needed.
8.7.
Was it stuttery, Mad Noob? I felt like it was smooth. It's possible that the stream got stuttery, but the sim was fine. I didn't feel. I mean, maybe if I watch back, I'd be like, oh, I see what he was talking about. Felt smooth to me, but mostly I think the crab angle was the big factor again.
And heading 270.
Heading 270.
Got the sunset times pretty well.
Southwest 4522, do you have a runway preference?
I'm going to go head on with the airport vehicle here.
Runway 36 center. That's 4522 at Factor, clear the ILS runway 36 center approach.
Throw him down. Shouldn't have been there anyway, dude.
36 center, Southwest 4522. American 2000, descent and maintain, level 280.
Yeah, I didn't notice it, Mad Noob, but that's not. I may have been focused so much on just getting the approach stable that I didn't realize it.
Right, Echo in the center. Welcome. FedEx 1661, select the ILS runway 5 right approach.
Select the ILS 5 right, 1661 heavy.
And FedEx 615, select the ILS runway 5 right approach.
Select ILS runway 5 right approach, 652.
Walker 100, descend and maintain 3000. And expect a visual approach runway 35 right.
So maintain 3000 visual approach runway 35 right.
Yeah. Fly first and worry about the other thing. Yeah, of course. Of course, I wouldn't have been able really to do much about it anyway. It does. My
405 radar service terminate frequency frequency on the bed.
my streaming software says that there were no drop frames. Maybe the sim did get stuttery and I just didn't realize it. I was focused on the.
All right, I think a Frontier flight called.
Focused on the flying.
Hey, affirmative, Frontier flight 27.
Regardless, let's go ahead and get back to.
2791, Indy Center. Welcome.
Welcome to VFR. We'll go ahead and shut the transponder off. COM 1 and COM 2 can come off. We may or may not still hear Stu. Yeah, okay, radios are showing as powered off, so we'll not have that distraction as we shut down. Alright, well, I didn't really plot out flight number 2, so we don't have anything to worry about in terms of flight time and fuel estimates. But let's go ahead and see where we were in terms of the descent rate. So the score was a 91 out of 100. It did score me a negative 20 was the descent rate, and yeah, it dinged me hard for the crab angle, and everything else was very, very high marks. So let's take a look at the telemetry there. Yeah, the nose was way over to the left. I did better about not really over flaring. I mean, I felt better about trying to land this airplane a little bit more flat, and I did. The pitch was 2 degrees down, and then when we touched down, it was really only about 3 degrees up. So yeah, that's much better in terms of where I wanted to be with the flare. But look how crabbed we were to the left, and then of course as soon as we got the weight onto the wheels, the plane veered in that direction. And oh, well, here's why. It was a 5-knot crosswind from the left, so that makes more sense as to why that was going on. I just wasn't feeling it nor controlling for it properly, I guess. The descent was nice and smooth. It looked like I did level and start to gain a little bit, or was it 7654? No, okay, so I leveled. Well, okay, but by 4 I was touched down. So yeah, I didn't start right. If you're looking at the a feet above ground level as I kind of play it in, there wasn't any point where I started rising again. 654, like I kind of leveled prior to. Yeah, 30 feet over the threshold, so a little low over the threshold, so a little bit of a flat descent at the end, which is of course why the feet per minute was so small when I finally touched. But there wasn't any point where the height above ground level was coming down and then went back up and then down again, so that's good. So overall good. It's just that crosswind that I was not adequately controlling for, and then as soon as the wheels came down, the plane veered in the direction it was pointed. So, alright, still, if that's the only thing that I have to say, then that's not too bad at all. 20 was the number that registered, so let's see who had the most faith in me today. Bed Dave, did you pick up the first one? Yeah, you got 2 for 2 tonight then. Well, there you go. So congrats. Bed Dave gets another entry at KOSU 722. So we went from Ohio University to Ohio State University. Not planned as a theme tonight, but it worked out well enough as one. And we'll show you what tweak I made to the slant artwork adventure to close out as a result of that. But let's go ahead and shut the plane down first. As we get back to the flow list, I got flaps, pitot, fuel pump, landing lights, and mixed lead. And radios and avionics were all turned off. Let's do just a real quick blip of the mag switch and make sure that, that it does indeed kill power to the mags, which is good. You don't want the plane sitting on the ramp with live mags and not knowing that. That could be dangerous if someone bumps it. Let's go ahead and pull the throttle down. Mix into cutoff. Mags off the rest of the way. The fuel valves can come down. Yeah, lights and avionics and battery. Oh, the avionics master should have been turned off before I shut the engine down. Whoops. I turned the individual avionics off, but the avionics master still had power to this thing, which I wish I would just fry anyway, but that's all right. But anyway, so the plane's all now nice and shut down. We can get the control lock back on. Yeah, what else? We need to go ahead and pop the door. Get that opened. And then let's go ahead and get a post-flight walk around. We did everything we need to do in here. I think so. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a stroll. Yeah, we're not really inspecting anything per se. We do want to run around and just get all the static elements back on with chocks and tie downs and such. Where'd my mouse cursor go? Okay, tie down. Too far for the chocks. Okay, yep, that's done now. No chocks on that side, tie down on that side. Crouch down and get the pitot cover on. That final tie down, and then we'll grab our stuff out of the luggage bin. Close that back up. And then we'll go ahead and close. Whoops. Close and latch the door. So Mad Noob says, I wore the shirt into town the other day and got so many questions. Well, I hope that some of our new followers came from that. Thank you for the advertising. Mad Noob is a proud new owner of one of our Slant Alpha Adventures t-shirts. And by the way, I know we talk about the landing rate raffle entries all the time, but we don't really talk about what it gets you. When we do that drawing next Wednesday's stream, a week from tonight, we'll be doing some VATSIM air traffic control. And when we pull that winner, the winner gets their choice of any of the merch items on the Slant Alpha prize vault list. So if your name comes out of that fishbowl next Wednesday, you'll get your choice of a Slant Alpha t-shirt, ball cap, coffee mug, or tote bag. Or you can also choose an electronic gift card out of the Amazon or Xplane.org store or SimMarket.com. Anyway, our Slant artwork adventure. Oh, EL says I get questions around my mug at work. Nice. Our Slant artwork adventure is a collaborative image that we've kind of built using ChatGPT to represent the live stream. So that when we upload it to YouTube, we've got a nice thumbnail to represent what we were doing that night. So we flew into the Virtual USA Flying Club event called Make Sweat Stew. Ordinarily, it's Make Mike Sweat. Stu is in for Mike tonight in one Indy Center rather than a New York ARTCC Class Delta, but they made it Make Sweat Stew rather than Make Stew Sweat. So we made some sweat stew, although I guess we made more of a beef and vegetable stew. But then we had to add a Big Mama's burrito. We were standing outside of Ohio University, KUNI. That's where we made our first stop. So we added the Big Mama burrito. We added the pups with their bowls of stew. We added the Penn State Nittany Lion. Then, of course, since we decided on a whim to make it a theme night and stop up here at Ohio State University's airport to end the night, we added the Buckeye as well. So that was what I did kind of behind the scenes while you guys weren't looking. So there's our Slant artwork adventure for our two stops at Ohio University and Ohio State University. And I guess the Nittany Lion is just looking disapproving at the Big Ten rival that the Buckeye is. So there we go. All right, great. So we will go ahead and close up for the night. We got another stream cut up on Friday. Friday is what? Oh, Friday's going to be a weird one. Friday is going to be a fun one, guys. So I signed up for this event. And if you ever want to know what events are happening on VAT USA, oh, is this the news site that rolled out today? Oh, nice. So that rolled out while we were on stream, I think. So this is now the new VAT USA website. Under Pilot Tools, do they still have the events calendar here? No. So the events calendar is now under Division Info. I'll have to retrain myself to say that. So Division Info events calendar. Well, this is the one that we're flying on, or that we're controlling for on Friday. The Houston ARTCC presents the wheel. There's like 50 some odd VAT USA controllers from all across the division that have signed up to be a part of this thing, and we're going to get randomly assigned positions tomorrow evening. So I have no idea what position I'm going to be assigned for this thing. I'll have, during the day on Friday, I'll have to study up on whatever sector I get assigned and hope to do it justice Friday evening. It is a Friday night ops timing event, so it's 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, like most of them are. But I don't yet know where I will be. Once I find out, I will let you know, and then I will probably take a nice long lunch break on Friday during the day to study up on the procedures and try and figure out what the heck I'm supposed to vector people toward for wherever sector I end up working. So, yeah, kind of a cool thing. It's the second one. It was called the Wheel of Misfortune the first time around. This time they're just calling it the Wheel. I think they don't want it to sound like a punishment, so they took out the misfortune part. But that's the premise. And yeah, so you'll end up getting a lot of controllers if you fly into Houston's ARTCC on Friday night. You'll end up getting a lot of controllers that really don't know their airspace. So please give them the grace and patience that they deserve in that situation, and we'll all do our best to give you guys good, efficient service throughout the ARTCC. So that's Friday's stream. That's what we're going to be on to next. So it will be a stream on the scopes. VATSIM air traffic control stream for you. And that is going to start at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, just as they normally do. All right, well, who are we going to send the raid over to? I guess let's go ahead and send the raid over to Stu if he's going to still be up and running. You can go ahead and hang out with the guy that was working center for us all night. So let's go ahead and get that raid started. And make sure, guys, make sure that you, yeah, all the positions ELW are in ZHU. However, the controllers are coming from all over VAT USA. So yes, it's VAT USA controllers from every subdivision, but we're all going to be working in Houston's ARTCC's positions. So yeah, you're going to have massive amounts of staffing at every level. Yeah, within the Houston ARTCC airspace. But the controllers that are working it may likely not be familiar with it. All right, anyway, we're going to go ahead and get the raid started over to Stu222. Tell him Slant Alpha sends his love. Tell him Slant Alpha sends his thanks for the wonderful service for tonight's event. And guys, we'll see you Friday. So for the rest of the remainder of this week, guys, be happy, healthy, and safe in all of your travels and adventures. Friday night, we'll see you from whatever radar room we end up in. But between now, take care, and we'll talk to you soon. Good night, friends.